For the game 2, it looked inevitable that the Golden Knights were going to take a 2-0 advantage in the series. It looked gloomy for the Hurricanes until all of a sudden, the Canes were back and well. And then, after a controversial call leading to their go-ahead goal, it looked like they were destined to win. Hold that thought.
Looking, corner, shot towards the net, rebound, they score!
With the series hanging in the balance, a hero was needed, and whoever might do it might even just silence the critics.
Plays it across one turn, scores! Seth Jarvis wins it in overtime!
The series is tied at 1, and with the setting shifting to Vegas, can the Canes ride the momentum off the comeback victory, or will the Fortress be the advantage for the Knights? Game 3 is next.
The Panthers are back-to-back Stanley Cup champions.
It is like no other feeling in sports.
Well, from Raleigh to the Sin City, welcome to Game 3 of the Stanley Cup Final as we move to Las Vegas, Nevada. At the T-Mobile Arena, the Vegas fans are ready to host their first Stanley Cup Final game since they last won the Cup in 2023 when they won against Florida in Game 5. They look to take the series lead here as the series is tied at 1 here at the T-Mobile Arena for Game 3 of the Final. Hello, everybody. I'm Max. Glad you can be with us here on our coverage of the Stanley Cup Final. And an incredible game in the last game between the Hurricanes and the Knights. The Hurricanes coming back from a 2-goal deficit. They took the lead. Las Vegas somehow tied it. It was chaotic in the third period. But then eventually the game-winning goal by Seth Jarvis put the end to Game 2 and resulted in this series being tied. A interesting fact about that, actually, that it was the first team since 1944 to win a Stanley Cup Final game after being down by multiple goals in the final 10 minutes of the third period. An incredible comeback. Not without its controversy, though. John Tortorella was mad about the missed call that was made, that the referees decided that there was goaltender interference and decided to say no goal and keep the call on the ice. That could have resulted in the go-ahead goal for the Vegas Golden Knights with 5 minutes exactly to go in the third period. That led to a failed challenge, a power play. Jordan Staal made it 3-2. Obviously, Mark Stone tied it up later, but still, they lost that game, and they're enraged by that. And obviously, they did not like the result of that call. But obviously, another storyline we got going here in this game number 3 is that Braden McNabb, who got a puck to the face near his visor in the first period, went to the hospital during the game number 2's duration. And during that, he was in the hospital probably watching the game, and now from what we heard from the warm-ups is that he should be back in Game 3. You do not miss much of a Stanley Cup Final series when you have the chance, and when the cup is on the line, you will sacrifice your body to try and win the championship, and that's what he's going to do here tonight. He's back in the lineup for the Golden Knights, and we'll see how he adjusts here in this game. Obviously, dealing with that in the last game with the puck to the face from the Nikolai Ehlers shot from the blue line that was almost 90 miles per hour right to his face. And I don't even know who has the momentum here. Carolina did come back in the third period, but the Vegas crowd is an intimidating crowd, one of the toughest buildings to play in the National Hockey League, the Fortress, what they nicknamed the building. And these Vegas fans are ready. The last game ended in overtime. Seth Jarvis with the overtime winner, getting the monkey off his back because he has just been struggling here along with Aho and Svechnikov. And with that overtime goal, he silenced the critics. As Sean McDonough said, we'll see if they can continue that. If they can start to heat up here, that Aho, Jarvis, and Svechnikov line, it will be something. Because if they do, we'll see if they can get it going. Because if they get going, I think Vegas is in a lot of trouble here. Moving ahead here in this series with that line getting going if they can, obviously. So, we'll be right back. And when we come back, we'll talk about the goalies tonight, then the anthems, the intros, everything. But before Game 3 of the Stanley Cup Final. We'll be back in just a moment, everybody, here on the NHL and MHS. Game 3 of the Stanley Cup Final between the Hurricanes and the Knights is brought to you by the coverage of the NHL and MHS Stanley Cup Final coverage. Welcome you back here to Vegas, and the sights outside the building are loving it as the fans are listening to the pregame show that is occurring just outside as the Jets fly over the building, fly over the T-Mobile Arena crowd inside and outside as the series is tied at 1. The Stanley Cup Final, this should be a great Game 3 because these two first games have been cinema to describe them. They have been just great games to watch here in this Stanley Cup Final year, and it's just, I don't know if we're going to get another classic here tonight because it feels like we're due for a dud in the series. But if it continues on like we have seen in the past couple of games, keep it going because I am loving commentating this, as obviously throughout the whole series it has been ups and downs for both of these teams. Carolina going to a good start in Game 1, blowing that game. Vegas playing a solid 50 minutes in Game 2 and blowing that game away. Both of these teams have had trouble closing out games or just getting to their game and keeping it consistent throughout the whole duration of the game, and that is something that they both have to address here in this game number 3. I think whoever gets the good start here, if they're on their game early on, is going to win this Game 3. And with all the momentum, I don't know if it's Vegas with the momentum here because they have the home ice advantage, or is it the Canes with the overtime winner by Seth Jarvis and the comeback victory that hasn't happened in over 82 years. And man, oh man, I mean, I really don't know what to expect here for Game 3. It's just been ups and downs. It's like a roller coaster right now. This is the best way I can describe this series. It's been a roller coaster throughout the whole duration of it. Once it looks like it's done, when you think a game is done here in this series, it's not, because clearly we have seen that, especially from the last game. We saw in the other game, the first game of the series. I don't know what to expect here, and that's the beauty of hockey, because it can just change like that, and that's what it's been doing here so far in this Stanley Cup Finals series. Game 3, just moments away. We'll take a short break, and we'll be back in just a moment. Welcome you back, everybody, here to our coverage of the Stanley Cup Final. I'm Max Glad you can be with us here in our coverage. As obviously Game 3 just moments away. The intro's about to occur here in just a few moments, and obviously the anthem's just moments away here on the Stanley Cup Final and the intros here in Vegas. Game 3 of the final. Vegas has only lost one Game 3 here in this home building, and that was against Dallas in the opening round. When they were the defending Stanley Cup champions, they lost in overtime with Wyatt Johnston's goal just 2 years ago. That was their only home Game 3 loss that they have experienced here in the playoffs. And some question marks coming into this series, and some big storylines as we continue to move along here is that the big stars have not shown up here for both teams. Jack Eichel has no goals. Dorofeev has no goals. And then on the other side, Aho and Svechnikov have no goals as well. It is just none of the big stars showing up here in this series so far. Jarvis, even though he got the overtime winner, that was his first goal of the series. And they need more players to step up here. I know we've seen, 16 combined goals in the last 2 games of the Stanley Cup Final, but sooner or later, those depth guys are not going to score as much, and you need your top guns to keep it going here if you want to have a chance to lift that cup, because it is a team effort. But if they don't get so far, they need to find a way to get their offense going and get their game back to normal speed. We'll see. Will it be the Golden Knights getting their top guns back into works, or will it be the Carolina Hurricanes with the momentum from that comeback win, getting Aho and Svechnikov off the monkey off their back? We will see. Anthems in just a moment. We'll be right back once again here on the NHL on MHS.
Ill-prepared for the power that Mother Nature holds.
Stand down! This fortress can withstand any attack.
The storm is here. Feel my
case.
Well, the intro's not disappointing so far here in Las Vegas, Nevada for Game 3 of the Stanley Cup Final, the T-Mobile Arena. The players are ready to get onto the ice in just a moment. Carter Hart and Freddie Anderson and net again in this final series. They have not had much here to really show their real good goaltending in this series. Here come the teams for Game 3 of the Stanley Cup Final.
And among the
Well, the Knights are here. Their first home game since they last won the Cup back in 2023. That's when they beat Florida in 5. And McNabb is here. He's on the ice. And glad that he did not suffer much out of that puck to the face in that Game 3. Or Game 2, pardon me. So let's go over the starting goaltenders before we get this going. Freddie Anderson, 13-2 in this postseason. 1.72 goal against average and a .917 save percentage and 3 shutouts.
third
13-5, Carter Hart, and a 2.41 goals against average, save percentage, and .917. No shutouts for Carter Hart in these playoffs. And this crowd is ready for Game 3 of the final, as it is a sold-out building inside T-Mobile Arena. There's fans outside watching the game. As Vegas, it seems like it's ready for Game 3 of the final.
Welcome to Vegas! It's Game 3 of the 2026 Stanley Cup Final, featuring the Carolina Hurricanes and your Vegas Golden Knights! Now let's meet the teams. First, the visiting Carolina Hurricanes. Head coach, Rod Brindamore. On defense, in his 6th season, number 19, DeAndre Miller. On defense in his 8th season, number 26, Sean Walker. At forward in his 9th season, number 50, Eric Robertson. At forward in his 10th season, number 28, William Carrier. At forward in his 10th season, number 77, Mark Jankowski. In goal in his 13th season, number 31, Frederick Anderson. And now, your Vegas Golden Knights. Head coach, John Tortorella. At forward,
for the national anthem, signed tonight by Vegas resident and deaf performer with PXB, Audrey Adiola, and performed by Golden Pipes, Carnell Johnson.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rockets' red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave?
Thank you, Audrey Adiola and Carnell Johnson.
Well, Game 3 of the Stanley Cup Final. It's Fernando Mendoza with the siren winding it up here for Game 3. Getting selected in the NFL Draft for the Las Vegas Raiders. And so Game 3 is about to be underway. Freddie Andersen, 13-2, a 1.72 goals against average. He allowed 3 goals on 26 shots in Game 2's victory for the Hurricanes. And then Carter Hart with 4 goals allowed on 26 shots. In the last game, they lost it. A .917 save percentage in this postseason, 13-5, a 2.41 goals against average. No shutouts for him. And obviously for Freddie Andersen, 3 shutouts in this postseason. But both the goaltenders have not had really good series so far in this one, at least. They have not been really good goaltending because there's been a lot of goals. And, yeah, they need to be better, both of them. Game 3 of the final. The series tied at 1. We move to Vegas, and we're underway here in Game 3. McNabb returning back from the injury he suffered in the first period of Game 2 with the puck hitting to his face. He's back in the lineup here for Game 3. He was in the hospital during the duration of Game 2, but he is back in the lineup for the Golden Knights. Theodore will force it back into the Carolina end, going for the puck now. It's tied up Walker. Kolesar around the boards it goes. Jankowski forced out to center ice. Eric Robinson gets there. A bouncing puck settled down. Theodore turned over here as is moved back in here by Carrier. Tied up from behind him. McNabb gets the loose puck at his own blue line, flips it out to center ice. The first goal crucial here, it seems like, in this Game 3, obviously. Carolina's been perfect on the road. They're 6-0. In this Stanley Cup playoff year, trying to make it 7-0 to try to get the series lead. Ehlers looking. Will play it back to the blue line. Chatfield down low. It goes for Ehlers once again. Chatfield trying to receive the pass. It's stolen away by Marner. 3-on-3 crossing the line back into the offensive zone. Carlson forcing around the boards. To the opposite side it goes. Mitch Marner will get it free. Marner looking the center one here. Tying up with Carlson. Intercepted at the high slot. Jarvis will carry it ahead now for the Canes. Dumping that one deep into the corner. Stahl and Anderson throwing hits on each other. And this one will be an icing. First whistle of the game, 1 minute and 22 seconds into the first period of Game 3 of the Cup Final. So in Game 2, obviously, Brayden McNabb getting this Ehlers 87.3 mile per hour shot right into the face. He went to the hospital And, I mean, you're going to put your body out there on the line to win this championship. He has a new kind of mask. It does now look like a cage. Shot from the draw was blocked, and now it's Miller's opportunity. And so he's back, and he did not return for the remainder of Game 2, but he's back here in Game 3. Walker looking, high slot, shot, save, Carter Hart. Svechnikov will get it in the corner. He'll play it back to the blue line. Shot deflected and a save. Rebound from behind the net. Deflected pass comes to the blue line, and it's poked out to center by Stone. The captain of the Golden Knights, Barbashev, tried to make a move. Flipped out to center right. Svechnikov got it to Sebastian Aho, the two players that need to get it going for the Carolina Hurricanes. Coughlin around the boards. Deflected to the blue line and out. Potentially no. Barbashev had some trouble. A bouncing puck off the shoulder. Eichel taken away here. Back in onside is Logan Stankoven trying to cut through. Could not get the lane. Blake in the corner will get there. Centering pass for Hall was in his skates. Coughlin and Hall tie up from behind the net. Eichel will get in the corner. He got it to Dorofeev. Eichel dropped his stick. He thought he got something up high with the stick. They did not call a high sticking there. Nikishin cross ice. Stankoven flips it out to center ice. Didn't get all of it. He'll get it back here at center. He almost turned it over to Dorofeev. Hall back into the zone. Stolen away by Dorofeev. Poke checked away into the corner. Stankoven back to the point. Got spare shot. Wide of the net. Rides the back glass, turned over to Taylor Hall. The stick of Eichel still on the ice, and it almost created a turnover. Theodore back into the zone for the Golden Knights. Cross the ice, McNabb shot, and a save, and a rebound by Anderson was denied. Shots are even at 1 here, and the players getting together right at the side of Freddie Anderson's net. Welcome you to Game 3. If you're just joining in, I'm Max. Glad you can be with us here in our coverage. Our poll right now reads the Hurricanes winning with 21 votes. 76% of y'all have voted for the Hurricanes to win this game. See how that goes out. We'll continue to have the polls here. Okay, we'll keep reading the results so far. At least 2:56 into the first period. Almost 3 minutes in, and the face-off back into the Hurricane zone. Carlson and Jankowski in the draw. One there by Jankowski off the tie-up in the dot, and it's Chatfield from behind his own net who has the puck now as he'll settle it down for the Canes. The Canes were the first team since 1944 to come back from a multi-goal deficit in the last 10 minutes of the game. That's what they did in the last game, and they won that game in overtime after they let up a tying goal late by Mark Stone. A huge hit there, and swung back in as it's Brett Howden forcing it back into the zone. He has had a playoff year. He leads the league in goal scoring. Cleared out to center ice, and the Hurricanes will ice it down the length of the ice. And so we'll go back into their end of the ice surface. John Tortorella, his playoff coaching career, he won a cup back in 2004 with the Tampa Bay Lightning, and stayed for a couple of years after that. 24-21 is his record with the Lightning. Coached for Columbus and the New York Rangers in the playoffs as well. Vegas, his 4th team in the playoffs that he's taken, and he's done well, and he could potentially win the Stanley Cup with this Vegas team. They're just 3 wins away off the draw. Won by the Golden Knights. Shot by Anderson was blocked by Eichel. Eichel will get it now. Centering pass here for Stone. Dropped it off for Eichel in his skates, and held in for a moment, flipped out to center ice. Jankowski will force it back in, and Jack Eichel will get to the loose puck now. Eichel stretches it ahead, back in onside is Barbashev, fed it into the middle for Eichel, and he couldn't get the shot away. Jack Eichel in the corner, tried to center one, deflected off a body in front, and cleared out to center ice. Hannafin got ahead for Eichel, back into the zone. Eichel fans on the shot, he got tied up with the stick. And Ehlers a stretched ahead, back in onside, sets Jarvis trying to cut through, and McNabb with a great poke check to prevent Jarvis of the opportunity. Barbashev turned it over. Walker's shot from the point was denied by Carter Hart. Aiden Hill has not played in this playoff year, and Carter Hart has been the goalie for all games by the Golden Knights here in the postseason. First in expansion era since 1968 to reach the Cup Final as a captain and head coach of the same team. NHL history with Rod Brindamore, the head coach of the Carolina Hurricanes, won the Cup as he captained it In 2006, they won that Game 7 against Edmonton back in their home building, 3-1. Blake won the draw, but won too cleanly as Nikishin could not hold the line back into the Carolina end. Nikishin clears it down the center. Blake had some trouble, forced back into the Carolina zone. Gostisbehere got ahead. Stankoven crossed the ice, deflected into the bench. Out of play. 15:22 to go in the first period. Series tied at 1 here. And a final that has not disappointed so far. Both teams have come back in the first 2 games, and knowing this series so far, it's not over till it's over, because we've seen it in the past 2 games, and what a way to start this Stanley Cup Final. I thought last year's final was pretty good, and this one's topped that. Theodore has the puck at center. He'll fire it back in from the center line, deflected into the netting and out of play. 15:16 to go in the first. But you got to think, who has the momentum going into this Game 3? Is it Vegas because they're here at home, or is it Carolina from coming back from 2 goals down in the last 10 minutes, took the lead, gave up the tying goal, but then won the game in overtime with one of the players that needed to score, and he did. Vegas have already 4 face-off wins here. They've already had 6 face-offs in the games to the 7th one, and Vegas wins another one. Rasmus Anderson, shot, save, rebound! Kolasar couldn't put it home. Right in front of Freddie Anderson. Smith trying to hold the line, could not. Cole Smith had some trouble, bounced into the middle. Svechnikov trying to get the puck. Hanifin, and it's forced back in by Svechnikov. Turned over to Martinuk. Right back over the Golden Knights. Hanifin trying to clear it. Martinuk along the wall, forces a turnover, comes up high. Aho across, back for Aho. One-timer! Block it away by Hart. Rebound for Svechnikov! Blocked by Hanifin. Aho around the boards. Svechnikov trying to get it along the half wall. Chatfield forced it in deeper. Centering pass. Martinuk tied up from behind. Martinuk trying to center. Aho in his skates. Anderson has some trouble. Backhander save. Chatfield looking. Throws a shot on goal and a save by Carter Hart. Some good pressure by the Carolina Hurricanes and nothing to show for it. Chatfield fires it back in from the blue line. Shots are 4-3 as they read in favor of the Golden Knights. Moved ahead now by Tomas Hertl to the middle of the ice. On the backhand, forced it into the corner. Around the boards, it rides out to center ice. Will this one be icing? No, Lazan gets there. And off a skate, bounced towards the front. A backhander by Carrier went wide into the far corner. Hertl, Jankowski trying to battle for it. It comes free. Lazan has it behind his own net. Some good action to start Game 3 of the final so far. Walker off his glove. And it's touched up, a hand pass with 13:41 remaining in the first period. Shots are 4-3 in favor of the Golden Knights. We'll be right back. Some good chances, and what a block by Noah Hanifin to prevent Svechnikov from getting the opening goal of Game 3. We're scoreless in Game 3 of the Stanley Cup Final. We'll be back. bring you back here to the Fortress here in Vegas. Game 3 of the Stanley Cup Final. Seth Jarvis was having troubles in Game 1, and he was starting to have those troubles in Game 2, but then became the overtime winner in Game number 2 as everything flipped to a 180. Tomas Hertl was a hero Game 1, then became the reason why they lost that game with the penalty in overtime, resulting in the power play goal by Seth Jarvis. Jarvis had a rough Game 1, didn't get anything going. No icing here. Centering pass comes to Jarvis. Shot! Couldn't get it off. A bouncing puck came into the slot, and he can never whack it down. Forced back in by Howden. Bouncing puck goes into the corner. Miller around the boards. Vegas will hold the line. Theodore. Down low here for Marner. Howden in the corner, try to get it back to Marner. On the backhand, Walker off the glass, got it ahead for Ehlers as he'll look to carry it ahead. Cross the ice here for Jarvis. Down low, save made by Carter Hart on Stahl. And this one goes down the length of the ice, no icing. Sean Walker has the puck now for the Jordan Stahl was trying to make it his third goal of this series. He had not been in a Stanley Cup Final since 2009 with the Pittsburgh Penguins. They won that series against Detroit in 7 at the Joe Louis Arena. Now played into the middle, Noah Hannafin. Fired back in from center, or tried to hit off the body of Jack Eichel. Throws the play offside with 12:35 to go. Welcome you in, everybody. Share the stream around as this should be a great Game 3. First 2 games of this series has been great so far, and the chance here by Jordan Stahl could have made it 1-0, but a big save by Carter Hart. The captain of this Carolina squad trying to lead them to their second ever championship, just 3 wins away. Face-off comes outside the Carolina blue line. And the face-off won here by the Hurricane. Sebastian Aho played it back here for Chatfield. Cleared out the center. Deflected up in the air. Svechnikov knocked it down. Marnik will backhand it back in from the blue line. Game 4 of this series will be on Tuesday. Sebastian Aho will play it back around Slavin. Svechnikov from behind the net. They have changed the lines here as Marnik's on the top line. They did that in the second game of this series to put Jarvis on a different line, and it worked out because they scored the game winner. Svechnikov in the corner. We'll play it back here to the blue line as it's Slavin. Got to Aho along the half wall. Crossed the ice for Svechnikov. Ridden off there by Barbashev, and he'll flip it back into the zone. Slavin gets there first in the corner. Barbashev out-muscles him. He was 1-on-2 there. Barbashev forces a turnover. Dowd will force it back to the blue line. Long shot by Theodore off the blocker of Freddie Anderson. Dowd leaves it for McNabb. Cross for Theodore. Shot blocked into the corner. Theodore will get in again. Then lost to the Stankoven. Logan Stankoven will move it ahead. Back into the Vegas territory. Going for the puck, Theodore. Stankoven ran him off the play. Deflected up in the air and out of play with 11:20 to go. And then Stankoven getting a little whack on Nick Dowd after the whistle. Shots are 4-2 in favor of the Canes. And it's a good pace to this first period so far. And Keandre Miller may be dealing with some sort of injury as he was trying to stretch here during a commercial break with the athletic trainer. And I don't know if he's doing something with his knee. He's had the team high average time on ice in this postseason for the Carolina Hurricanes, and a good defenseman. If they lose him in this playoff run, it might be bad for them and bad news for them. 3-on-2 the other way. Dorofeev looking. Shot towards the net was blocked. Dorofeev tried to throw it towards the net. Another shot from the point deflects wide. Dorofeev will get it along the wall. Jankowski tying up there in the corner. They battle along the near boards. Continuing to whack at the puck with all their sticks in the lane. Still fought for hardly there as we're more than 9 minutes passing here in the first period. Scoreless here in Game 3 of the Stanley Cup Final. They continue to battle. It looks like everybody. It's a pile there. And no whistle just yet by the referees. They finally get it free. Comes free for Nikishin. Has some trouble with it. And it's clear to the blue line, not out. Held in by Tomas Hertl. Fired it into the far corner. And picked up here by the Hurricanes. Sean Walker try to move it ahead. He'll fire it back in from center. Played by Carter Hart. Stolen away almost by Jackson Blake. Carter Hart thought he had more time to move that puck out. Blake forces a turnover. Forced it in deep behind the net. Hannafin pressuring Taylor Hall off the puck. Anderson trying to clear. Held in. Long shot. Wide the net. Sean Walker getting along the board. Walker trying to feed it down low up in the air. Glove down by Blake. Blake turned it over, and then Marner has the puck played into the middle. Dangerous pass comes free here for Brett Howden back into the zone. Howden dropped it off. Carlson down low for Marner. Couldn't get the pass. Out to center ice. It's cleared out. Theodore gave it away at the blue line. Back in is Taylor Hall into the middle. The pass couldn't connect there for Stankoven. Here comes Barbashev the other way for the Golden Knights along the boards. Barbashev trying to force it in deep. Stone will help him out. Bounce into the dot, and Chatfield has the puck for the Canes. Barbashev almost forced a turnover. Out to center ice. It bounced to Ehlers and then forced back in. Jarvis will move it ahead now. Svechnikov try to move it ahead. Svechnikov back into the zone. Shot. Save made by Carter Hart with 9 minutes to go as it went off the backboards. And the crowd saluting that. 9 minutes to go in the first period. Scoreless here in Game 3 of the Stanley Cup Final between the Canes and the Knights here in Vegas. Minutes to go here in the first period. We're looking you back in here to Game 3 of the Stanley Cup Final here at T-Mobile Arena. As the series is tied at 1, and this game is scoreless so far. In this one, I'm Max Glatch going to be with us here in our coverage. And with 9 minutes to go, see how this is going on here. Nothing going much here in this game. There's been some chances, but not some grade A chances because both teams have done a good job keeping both of their opponents to the outside here. And the only rare instance we saw of pressure being put on in the offensive zone was by the Carolina Hurricanes a couple of minutes ago. Hasn't happened since that moment. Face off in the Vegas end with 9 minutes to go. Slot shot attempts right now are 5-0 in favor of the Hurricanes. Vegas have not been able to create anything in the offensive zone, at least in the slot area. Anderson around the boards, out to center ice as Carolina continues to get out of their zone real quickly. Marnock will force it in deeper. Svechnikov from behind the net trying to out-muscle Anderson. Could not, and Eichel has some trouble in the corner with Aho. Poke checking it away from him. In the skates, Stone gave it away to Walker, who holds it at the blue line. Down low it goes for Marnock in the corner. Svechnikov trying to get there. Bouncing puck held in by Keandre Miller for a moment. Stone forced it out. Eichel to the middle for Barbashev. Glove down by Walker. Carried ahead now by Aho. On the backhand, forced it back in deep. Theodore around the boards here for Barbashev. Clears it out to center ice. Nikishin deflected it ahead. Ehlers trying to get through. Could not. Barbashev and getting shoved down was Kolasar. And carried ahead now by the Canes. Nikishin will force it back in from the center line with less than 8 minutes to go. Stahl trying to battle for it along the boards. It comes free. Cole Smith will fire it back in from center near the Vegas bench. Anderson around the boards. Jarvis clears it out to center ice. Jarvis is playing on the line with Stahl and Ehlers. Meanwhile, Marnock is playing on the line with Aho and Svechnikov as they switch that up in game 2. And they've kept that line combination. Rod Brindamore here for game 3. It worked out in the last game. Don't change it. Probably Rod Brindamore's mindset on that. Shea Theodore tried to play it ahead, almost turned over, and it was held in almost by Slavin. Hurdle has the puck at the blue line, who holds it in, forces it in deeper around the boards. It rides. Dorofeev, big bodies in the way there. Hurdle tried to hold it in, could not. Dorofeev with 10 goals in this postseason, 0 in the last 5 games. It's hurt here for the Vegas Golden Knights offense. If they can't get it going with Dorofeev, this one will be an icing with 6:52 to go on the Golden Knights. This one will go back into their Vegas end. So game 4 on Tuesday will be at 8 o'clock p.m. Eastern, and that will be a good game, either a 2-1 series lead for either of these teams, but game 4 on Tuesday here in Vegas. Off the draw, one here, Keandre Miller fires a shot wide of the net off the backboards. It rides. Walker around the boards for Taylor Hall, trying to get a wraparound attempt, could not. Dorofeev then carried ahead Blake. 6.5 to go in the first period. 4-2 the shots favoring the Canes here. Keandre Miller deflected back in by Logan Stankoven. Rasmus Anderson for the Golden Knights picks it up on the backhand, forced it around instead on his forehand. Got to Dorofeev, cleared to the center line, and now Anderson blocked by Stankoven. Hannafin forced it back in deeper. Miller around the boards. Jarvis trying to clear it out. Off a skate, turned over. Marner trying to get a chance in front of the net. Comes free. Marner's shot wide of the net. Comes back for another one by Hannafin. It was blocked. Marner trying to hold it in along the wall. Stahl has some trouble. Marner holds it into Carlson. Trying to go back for Marner. The pass intercepted by Keandre Miller. No icing is deflected with 5:40 to go in the first period. Shea Theodore for Eichel. Barbashev forced it in deeper, throws a little bit of a hit there on Chatfield of the blue line. Slavin around the boards. It rides down the length of the ice. Aho will beat the icing. Carter Hart will play it, though, away from Sebastian Aho. McNabb will clear it out to center ice. Aho back into the zone. Thought he had a man in the trailer. Could not. Chatfield, Svechnikov plays that backhand pass with 5:14 to go, or that's going to be a hand pass, and we'll whistle it down here. 5:14 to go. In the first period, we are scoreless here in Game 3 of the Stanley Cup Final. We'll be back in just a moment. A common theme in this Stanley Cup Final series so far is comebacks, because it has been like that. 2-0, Canes led game 1. Vegas come back to win that 5-4. Vegas led 2-0 in the third period of game 2. They lost that game 4-3 in overtime. And it continues on here with 5:14 to go in the first period. Will we see another comeback here tonight? That's the question. 0 shots in the last 10 minutes for the Golden Knights, though, with 5:14 remaining here in the first period. Dowd gets kicked out of the draw, and it's Kolasar taking his place against Jankowski. Welcome you back in. 50 of y'all have tuned in with us, and we're glad you've joined in. Share the stream around, everybody. Game 3 of the Stanley Cup Final here in the NHL and MHS. Jankowski trying to win the draw, and he will. He got it to Slavin. Shots are 5-2 in favor of the Hurricanes so far. Jalen Chatfield right now, we can see, is not on the bench. Jankowski got it free from behind the net. Centering pass there, Carrier. Jankowski's shot was blocked in front. Smith will carry it ahead for the Golden Knights, trying to get their first shot in over 10 minutes. Around the boards it goes for Dowd. And then turned over. Jankowski clears it out to center ice. Fired back in by Lazan. Getting into the corner there was Slavin. And Walker will have the puck now for the Canes with 4.5 to go in the first period. Marner applying pressure up high there in front of Freddie Anderson. Blake will carry it ahead now through the middle of the ice. Blake back in, cross ice, Hall shot! Deflects out of play. And Carrier looks like he's a little bit of pain on the bench potentially. Jalen Chatfield right here had a collision there with Eichel. And I'm not sure what happened there. Didn't look like much, honestly. So he's not on the bench, and a defenseman for the Hurricanes limits them to 5 defensemen now. Eichel and Stankoven in the face-off dot. In the Vegas end. On the blocker side of Carter Hart. Stankoven won the draw, and his skates bounced free, and it comes to Theodore. Around the boards it rides out to the blue line, not out of the zone just yet. Blake in the corner has the puck now for the Hurricanes. Feeding that one up high. Shot by Miller was blocked in front as he found on the initial one. Trying to get on the second attempt, it was blocked on the way through. Keandre Miller got ahead for Stankoven. Across for Nikishin. Fired back in from center. Another hit thrown there by Barbashev. McNabb now will have the puck. Circles back. Vegas has not had a shot in over 11 minutes. Back into the middle as Jarvis cutting back in. Sets Jarvis a nice move. Shot. What a save by Carter Hart. Nice stick handling there by Seth Jarvis. Denies by Carter Hart. What a denial there. Falling into the corner there, forces a turnover. Barbashev almost all helping out his buddy in Walker. Tying up in the corner comes free. Gostisbehere. Marner tying him up from behind. Trying to get the puck free. Marner centered for Carlson. Blocking the way through. Ehlers to the middle. Left it there for Jarvis cutting back in. Seth Jarvis has been all around the ice so far in this first period. Gostisbehere trying to feed it back for Jarvis. Got blocked. Carlson into the middle. Marner through the middle of the ice. Fires it back into the far corner. 6-2 the shots favoring the Canes. Anderson, Gostisbehere. Mitch Marner centering pass. Comes up high. Shot over the net. Sissons with the opportunity. Howden got blocked. Gostisbehere. Howden trying to get the puck free from the pile in behind the net. Battling there in the corner, comes free. Gostisbehere on the backhand, clears it out to center ice. Race for the puck now. It comes free for Carrier. Carrier looking to center here along the corner. Aho trying to help him out in the pile. Theodore will move it ahead now for Sissons. Dorofeev will force it back in on the backhand. 2:14 to go. That one hits the netting. Out of play with 2:10 remaining. They're arguing potentially if it was a delay a game penalty. I'm thinking it's just not a penalty here. And that was just a stoppage in play. But what a chance here by Seth Jarvis on Carter Hart. And denied. Nice stick handling. But Seth Jarvis playing with some more confidence here in this game 3. He's been all around the puck so far. And it's shown here. 32 in the regular season. Third straight with 30-plus goals. And Jalen Chatfield seems to be back on the bench, I believe. .2:10 remaining here in the first period. Eichel. And the face-off tie-up. Jankowski comes free, and it's cleared out to center ice. Lazan battled that. Jankowski plays it for Chatfield. He's back on the ice, actually. Lazan leaves it there for Coughlin. Deflected by Eichel. This one will go down the length of the ice for another icing here on the Golden Knights with 1:53 to go, who have not had a shot here. The Golden Knights in over 13 minutes. Slowly approaching 14 minutes without a shot on goal. And that's not a good recipe for success here. Vegas has had poor first periods to start each of the 3 games here so far of this Stanley Cup Final series, but they've managed to get goals. They even managed to have a lead in game 2. William Carrier now is not on the bench for the Canes. So multiple players coming back and coming out. Chatfield's shot was blocked on the way through. Eichel on the backhand tried to clear. Blake, now Barbashev. Played into the middle. Stone trying to feed that for Barbashev. Chatfield pressure from behind off the glass. Cleared out to center ice. Picked up here by the Canes. Drop pass. Blake trying to cut in. Jackson Blake tried to center. Stone playing it back here for Hannafin. Got it to Dowd. Stankoven on the forecheck. Blake blocked it. And cleared out to center ice. Back into the Canes' end as it bounces back into their zone. Slavin has the puck behind his own net. Our intermission report coming up next. Scoreless here in Vegas so far. Seth Jarvis trying to get through. Anderson clears it out to center. Cole Smith will try to backhand it in, and he will. Walker getting there first. Colasar threw a hit. Ehlers trying to get it out. Forced with the blue line, and Hannafin couldn't hold it in now as he pinched. Here's Keandre Miller cutting in. Miller, a backhand save by Carter Hart. Stall around the boards. Anderson intercepts along the corner boards. 40 seconds to go. Bounce towards Keandre Miller off the crossbar potentially. Or just right to the top of the crease. Vegas player goes down. Walker. Fans want a penalty. Is there going to be a whistle here? 31.8, and here comes the punches. Dowd is on the ice here. I'm not sure if we're going to get a power play out of this. But everybody getting together at the Vegas blue line. And we'll see what the calls are with 31.8 remaining here in the first period. Keandre Miller on the backhand, denied by Carter Hart. On the glove side of Hart. Carter Hart again coming up big here in this first period like he's done in the first 2 games as well in the first. And I don't think we're going to get any penalties here. Nothing called. Fans wanted a penalty, they didn't get it. 7-2, the shots favoring the Canes. Aho and Carlson. Never mind, Aho gets kicked out and Marnick will take his place. Face-off in the Vegas end. Won by Carlson. In the corner, Theodore trying to flip it out to center ice. Touch pass back into the zone. Marner will swat it back in to the Carolina end. Gotten here by Slavin. Deflected out to center. And back into the Vegas end, no icing. McNabb now. Clears it out to center. Marner. 10 seconds to go in the period. Carlson back in on the outside. Carlson driving, centering pass. Could not connect for Marner. Carlson with 3 seconds to go. It comes along the half wall. McNabb's shot was blocked, and that will do it for the first period. Scoreless in game 3. After 20 minutes, and the team's starting to hate each other right now. Carolina, 2 shots in the last 13:07, and Vegas has had no shots in the last 15 minutes and 13 seconds. So, not a lot of offense going on, but Carolina with the 7-2 shot advantage so far in Game 3 of the Stanley Cup Finals first period as a scoreless first time we've had a scoreless period here, it seems like, in this series. And Game 3 remains the score that we started with, 0-0. We'll be back with our intermission report coming up next here on the NHL on MHS. Welcome you back here to the intermission. A scoreless game here in Game 3 of the Stanley Cup Final between the Canes and the Vegas Golden Knights. Hello, everybody. We're back here, and a scoreless Game 3 so far, and nothing much to report in that first period with just the team struggling to get shots on goal. This has been more of a defensive game. This is what I probably thought what Game 2 was going to be like at the beginning of it, and or throughout the whole game. And this has been more of a defensive battle between these two teams, and it's shown here in some aspects because Vegas has not been able to get a shot on goal in a long time here. They haven't been able to get a shot on goal in almost around, 16 minutes almost. And Carolina only getting 2 shots in the past, what's it called, like 10 minutes of the game, 12 minutes of that first period. So both teams playing defensive, structured hockey here and putting the forecheck and the pressure on early on here in this game number 3. And it looks like it's going to be one of those tight contests here again. If they can continue to just keep the opponents from getting any slot chances. I don't think I counted even one chance that Vegas had in the slot. Maybe even one. But they didn't have much, and that's due to the Carolina Hurricanes. They're keeping them to the outside. The forecheck's been going good for both teams here. They look prepared for this one, both teams, and this is a huge game, obviously, in the grand scheme of things in the Stanley Cup Final. And with this series tied at 1, they're battling for that series lead. Let's look at the stats here after that first period of play. Obviously, no score here in game number 3, no goals as well, and the shot 7-2. Face-offs pretty even. No power plays just yet, and the hits right now in favor of the Golden Knights by a heavy margin, 24-11. Block shots are 8-5, giveaways 6-5, and the takeaways are 1-1. So heading into the second period, I think we're going to see more of the same here going into the second period. With how the teams are playing here, this is how they want to play. I don't know if they can maintain keeping the high scoring like they've done here so far in this series. It just does not seem sustainable to me, at least, and they got to find a way to keep this defensive game going here if you're both of Carolina and Vegas, or else we're going to have a more scoring gallery here, which I don't mind, but it's not sustainable, and we'll see here. So a scoreless first period, first scoreless period here of the series, and we'll see if anyone gets a goal here in the second period, as we'll be right back in just a moment. When we come back, it will be the second period of Game 3 of the Stanley Cup Final between the Hurricanes and the Golden Knights. So we'll be back in just a moment, everybody. back in, everybody, for the second period of Game 3 of the Stanley Cup Final. Scoreless, headed into the second period. Hello, everybody. I'm Max. Glad you can be with us here in our coverage of the Stanley Cup Final. A scoreless first period leads to a nothing going on here, obviously, so far in the goal-scoring department in this game, and continue on as the defense has been basically controlling this game for both teams, and so far it has not been much shots on goal recently in the second period, or in the first period, and we did not have any goal scoring in that opening period, or shots on goal. I don't know what I'm saying, but shots on goal were just hard to come by in that first period, and it was due to the defense. Defense was the theme of the first period. We'll see if it continues on here in the second period, or will we finally get the first goal of the game. Hasn't taken this. First game was 25 seconds in, and the other one was with 6 minutes remaining in the first period. First scoreless period of this series. Turned over at the blue line. Aho across one-timer. Svechnikov's shot fired wide. Aho. 24 hits in the first period. Barbashev's shot was stopped by Anderson. Eichel tying up. Barbashev played back. Svechnikov clears it out to center ice. Vegas getting their first shot in almost 16 minutes. Stone on a breakaway. Scores! 36 seconds into the second period, the captain of the Golden Knights strikes first, and the Golden Knights have the lead as Howden made that play to Stone, who was wide open, and Anderson, kind of a soft one through the 5-hole. It was onside, and Anderson would want that back. And the first minute of the second period, we're gonna have a challenger actually if it was offside actually. So hold on. We're gonna have a challenge here. They're pretty good when challenging here, these coaches and this coaching staff, and if they were challenging this, they know they're right. So it's going to review. And it's let's see, was it offside? Yeah, that's off. Can't show the game due to copyright, but that little snippet shows it's offside. But maybe no, there's no possession there either. Here's the verdict. Wes McCauley and Chris Rooney, the referees. Wes McCauley, the referee that usually makes the announcement here. And the linesman, Devin Berg.
1926, the play was offside, no goal.
No goal, and we remain scoreless. It was offside. So, I lied. It was not onside. Matt McPherson, the other linesperson. Yeah, that was clearly offside. Yep. Like it or not, it was offside. So Mark Stone's goal gets reversed, and we go back to 1926. Vegas' argument is that they had possession was Brett Howden, but he did not. And so a good challenge by the Carolina Hurricanes coaching squad there results in that being taken off the board, and we remain scoreless still. Back in onside is Jarvis along the wall. Around the boards it goes. Ehlers in behind. Carlson off the boards, held in there for a moment. Carlson will carry it ahead now for the Golden Knights. Shot wide of the net off the backboards. Carry him back towards Anderson. Around the boards it rides. Coughlin intercepts Marner along the half wall. Had some trouble. And Slavin will clear it out to center ice. Knocked down here by Jarvis out of the reach. Hanifin will get there first. William Karlsson clears it out to center and fired back in by Chatfield. Hannafin through the middle of the ice trying to make that pass. Deflected back into the Carolina end, no icing. Ehlers will flip it back into the far corner. No, it bounces towards Carter Hart. Blake and a save made. Rebound comes up high across for Gostisbehere. Return feed. Here's Nikishin from the blue line. Long shot deflects wide off the back glass. In behind the net now is Blake. To the corner he goes. Gostisbehere holds it at the point. Hall looking. Taylor Hall pressure from behind by Dorofeev. And Sissons trying to clear it out. Theodore gave it away. Blake will carry it ahead now. Blake cross the ice for Hall. His shot. Save made by Carter Hart off his shoulder. Another turnover. Stankoven trying to get it now. Blake will get it in the corner for Taylor Hall. Almost 40 seconds have passed here with zone time. More than 40 seconds, actually. Dorofeev. Theodore will finally clear it out to center. So far, the action, again, is getting going here. Back in onside. Carrier poke checked away. Dorofeev will force it out to center. Nikishin off a skate of Sissons. And touched up here. And here come the Golden Knights back in. Dorofeev's shot was blocked into the corner. Hurdle. Round the boards. Into the corner. Dorofeev. Cole Smith. Smith along the wall. Smith looking. Turnaround shot was blocked. It was actually Dowd, pardon me. Dowd will get to the loose puck. Shots are 9-3 in total in the game. And 2 shots here for the Carolina Hurricanes in this period. Only 1 for the Golden Knights. Round the boards it rides and turned over at the blue line. Dowd holds it in. And cleared out of the zone by the Canes. And will that be down the length of the ice for an icing? No, Carter Hart played it. Round the boards it goes. Dowd gets it along the boards. Keandre Miller was trying to hold it in. And Cole Smith was pressuring up high. Stahl almost turned it over to Kolasar. Jordan Stahl leaves it for Walker. As more than 3 has passed by here in the middle frame of Game 3. Ehlers along the wall. Fires it around. Jarvis out of the reach. Out to center Eichel. Kolasar. Forced off along the wall near the bench. And carried back in. Jarvis tried to carry it back and could not. Stall across here. Ehlers can receive the pass. Jarvis battling there with Eichel along the near penalty boxes that were empty. And it's cleared out of the zone once again by the Canes. Hannafin clears it ahead and fired back in by the Golden Knights at the blue line. Slavin around the boards for Keandre Miller. Gave it away into the slot. Stone shot. Save made. Rebound. They score! Jack Eichel on the rebound. And the Golden Knights have the lead. Now the argument is potentially there's goalie interference, and I think there is. I think they got a real good case of that. Barbashev does go into the crease and hit Anderson. I think this might be challenged again by Carolina. I think this is going to come back again. And I think this is going to be reviewed. Let's see.
Challenge. Challenging that there was goalie interference prior to the goal.
Now they're challenging for goaltender interference. Rod Brendamore's challenging, and again, the Golden Knights goal might be waved off again here, and I really think Barbashev tried to make an effort to try to move, but he does hit Freddie Anderson regardless. His direction towards Freddie Anderson knocks him down. And I think this is going to come back. That's goalie interference. Here's the call now.
Review. There was goaltender on the play. No goal interference.
And the crowd is booing again because that's the second goal that's come off the board for the Golden Knights. And man, oh man, that's been brutal for Vegas. They have scored twice here in the period, and both the goals have been called off. Jack Eichel, one of the guys I've been talking about without a goal in this series, thought he had one right there, and no, it does not count because it was goaltender interference. And we continue on scoreless. 2 disallowed Vegas goals already. And here comes Aho trying to cut back in. Aho waits along the wall, plays it back, shot by Svechnikov, fired wide. Howden will carry it ahead for the Golden Knights. Marner, a bouncing puck knocked down at center. Howden will fire it back in. And on goal, played there by Anderson. Back in is Aho, trying to cut through. Marner clears it out. Goss to spare. And fired back in from center. Carter Hart around the boards. Theodore on the backhand, clears it out to center ice. Stankoven trying to get there, and Nikishin will for the Hurricanes. Cleared out to center ice, and Theodore gets there first. Out to the blue line, it's held in by Gossespierre. Down low, it comes for Taylor Hall in the corner. Hall tied up with Theodore. Blake will hold it in. Kolasar across the ice here for Theodore. Fired back in from center. Round the boards it goes here for Kolasar. Dowd trying to get it free, and Taylor Hall clears it out to center, down the length of the ice for an icing with 14:26 to go in the second period. Scoreless here in Game 3. And the 2 goals by the Golden Knights have been waved off here, either due to a challenge by the Carolina Hurricanes. Goaltender interference is the last one. The shots on the period are 3-2 Vegas, and they've already had 2 goals, but they've been both waved off, so we continue scoreless here. Carolina's done a good job in challenging them. Coughlin across for Hannafin. Game 4 is on Tuesday at 8 o'clock p.m. Eastern. Game 5 will be on Thursday. Around the boards it goes. Nikishin. Around it goes for Coughlin. Coughlin's centering pass comes for Ehlers along the half wall. Ehlers clears it out to center. Stone. Cross ice it goes for Coughlin. Coughlin will fire it back in from center. Rides the boards and can't get out of the zone just yet. Stone cross the ice here for Anderson. Winds one on goal, and a save made by Freddie Anderson with 13:48 remaining here in the second period. Vegas playing a better second period like they've done in the past 2 games of this series. They've always had a better second period performance than their first period. This one was offside Mark Stone's goal early on in the second period. A couple minutes later, Jack Eichel got the rebound. No goal because it was goaltender interference off another challenge by the Hurricanes. We remain scoreless with 13:48 to go here in Game 3. back here in Vegas. Scoreless. And underway back in the face-off. Anderson shot right into the glove of Freddie Anderson once again. 13:43 to go, and Vegas has looked better in this second period than they did in the first period. Most consecutive road wins to start a postseason. The record is 10 right now, at least, from the graphic 2012. Jonathan Quick. If Freddie Anderson can get a win here, it would be 7 to tie Patrick Waugh back in 1999. And cleared out to center ice. Stahl will fire back in. Carter Hart will leave it there. And Rasmus Anderson has some trouble as Ehlers is battling with him in the corner. Comes free for Eichel. Eichel off the glass, clears it out. Mark Stone, we have not had any power plays here in the game so far. Slavin. Ehlers into the middle. Ehlers lost it and fired back in. Slavin. Ehlers got a hit up high. No, nothing called. Eichel. Lazan around the boards here for Rasmus Anderson. The hits right now 33-16 in favor of the Golden Knights. Walker pressured by Hurdle from behind, but got the pass to Keandre Miller. Gets pressured by Hurdle. Held into the blue line there, down low. Dorofeev into the corner for Sissons, up in the air. Sissons gets there first, but then lost it to Taylor Hall. Into the middle now for Jackson Blake, carrying it back in. Fired into the corner. Theodore tied up Taylor Hall. Blake trying to get there on the forecheck. Hurdle trying to clear it out. Walker gets there first. Cleared ahead now by Dorofeev. Dorofeev forced off along the wall by Keandre Miller. Stankoven getting pressure from behind by Hurdle. Blake trying to clear it out of the zone. Having some trouble here along the wall. Blake lost it. Across the ice. Theodore trying to get there first. And he will as he fires it into the corner for Dorofeev. Taylor Hall does not have a stick right now. Theodore looking into the middle. The pass couldn't connect for William Karlsson. Blake. Stankoven clears it out of the zone. And now Svechnikov will carry ahead the other way. Andrei Svechnikov looking. Drops it off for Aho. Shot towards the net. Was denied by Carter Hart from a tough angle. With 11:45 to go in the second period. We're still scoreless here in Game 3 of the Stanley Cup Final. 0-0 with 11:45 to go in the second period as we continue to roll on here. 2 disallowed goals by the Golden Knights after challenged reviews. And it worked in the favor of the Carolina Hurricanes. 9-7 the shots favoring Carolina, but they have not had much shots here in the period. And they had them pretty early on here in the period. It has been all Vegas. Hanifin clears it ahead, deflected, so no icing. Win on goal instead, Freddie Anderson. Around the boards it rides. Gostisbehere tried to get it. Marner. And cleared out to center. Back into the Vegas end. Theodore trying to move it ahead now. Nikishin tying up there. Svechnikov. And deflected. Where's the puck? Don't know where it went with 11:24 to go. And we get a whistle in play regardless. Big hit there by Marnik on Noah Hanifin earlier on the play. 33-16, the hit's favoring, and Hanifin's going to go down in the locker room, and so Vegas might be down a defenseman. Man, it's been a game where a lot of players have gone down to the locker room and either come back or have not come back in the game. Man, a lot of that. Here in this Game 3, Jankowski wins the draw. It comes free for Slavin, who fires it back in from center. Around the boards it goes. Anderson trying to clear it. Slavin tried to hold it in along the wall. Could not. Jankowski fires it back in. Carter Hart will play it. Rasmus Anderson clears it to the blue line. Slavin held it in. To the corner, Carrier tied up with Rasmus Anderson. Poke checked away by Dowd, but still in the pile in the corner. Scoring chances are 11-6 in favor of the Canes. No one's going to touch it up, or else it'd be a hand pass for the Canes. And now it's going to be a whistle here. With 10:54 to go, and the faceoff comes out to center, I believe. Man, there has been no goals, at least that are allowed in this one, and we welcome you back in, Max. And 10:54 to go. We remain scoreless here in Game 3 of the Stanley Cup Final. And here in Vegas, they've exploded twice, but they have not gotten it stuck on the board, or else it'd be 2-0 Vegas. But both of them off the board off of challenges by the Carolina coaching squad. Barbashev twisted around there by Walker. Miller around the boards. He comes free for Jarvis. Bounces in the middle for Eichel. Try to take it back. Eichel shot! Wide of the net. Mark Stone and Stahl will carry it ahead. It has some open room now. Keandre Miller, odd man rush, hurried here. The drop pass out of the reach of Ehlers. Backhand towards the net, blocked away by McNabb. Cleared out to center. Keandre Miller off of Stahl's body. Theodore has some trouble, fires it back in from center. Anderson tried to slow it down. Eichel round the boards in behind the net. Miller has the puck on the backhand, cleared out the center. Carolina has not had a shot in the last 8 minutes here. They're circling like Vegas was in the first period. Keandre Miller has some trouble with Dorofeev pressuring. Ehlers will clear it out to center ice. Race for the puck now. Carter Hart will play it away from Marnik, who was racing to get to that loose puck. Coughlin will look to get it here, and Hurdle try to play it ahead, and he will. Forced back in by Vegas. Freddie Anderson will get a cover with 9:44 to go. A penalty upcoming here. And it's, I believe, going against Carolina.
Carolina penalty, a benchmark penalty, too many men on the ice.
A too many men call on the Carolina Hurricanes in a power play for the Golden Knights. So when we return from the break, 9:44 to go in the second period. A power play upcoming for Vegas. We'll be right back in just a moment. Vegas with the opportunity here on the power play to try to get the first goal again for the too many men on the Hurricanes, and that was pretty clear. A bad communication there with the line changes, and a struggling Vegas power play in this series has a chance to get it going potentially here in a crucial power play in this game. Too many men on the ice penalty on the Carolina Hurricanes. 0 for 9 on the power play in the series for the Vegas Golden Knights. This will be their 10th opportunity of the series, the first of the game by any team. And a huge power play and penalty kill for both squads. Marner's shot blockered away by Anderson. Eichel gets the loose puck in behind the net. Eichel looking to center. Hurdle's shot! Scores! What a centering feed by Jack Eichel. And a power play goal gives Vegas the lead. The big blocker save by Freddie Anderson led to Eichel getting the loose puck, and what a pass here by Jack Eichel. Hurdle in the slot where he's always been in the regular season on the power play for the Golden Knights. wide open. And the first goal of the game stands, and Vegas has the 1-0 lead, a crucial penalty by the Carolina Hurricanes. First power play goal of the series. Carlson in, and he couldn't get the shot away. Backhander towards the net, scores! Walker put it into his own net. And Mitch Marner will get credit for the goal. I guess that's what make up those 2 goals that were disallowed. Sean Walker off his own stick. It goes in. Mitch Marner just throwing it towards the front. It goes past Anderson. And no chance for him. And Vegas quickly has a 2-0 lead. 8th goal of the playoffs in the first in 7 games for Mitch Marner, and a friendly one there for the Golden Knights. Into the corner, Cole Smith tying up along the wall. Dow tried to center for Kolasar. All of a sudden, Vegas with an outburst of goals. And these ones standing on the board. Dowd gets it free. Dowd looking. Turnaround shot was denied. Comes back to the blue line. Lazan feeds it in deep. Dowd trying to get it free from the pile. Dowd. Kolasar gets it free along the half wall. Vegas is just taking control of this game with 8.5 to go in the second period. It bounced free into the middle. Jarvis clears it out to center ice. 9-2 the shots favoring Vegas here in the second period. And Carolina continues to have their second period struggles, and Vegas continues to dominate the second periods in icing here on the Golden Knights with 8:22 to go. 2 goals that quickly. Mitch Marner, the second goal of the game, and a hurdle. And that crowd just erupted again. Wow. All of a sudden, too. Power play goal, moments later, another one. Mitch Marner off the faceoff, won by the Golden Knights in their own zone. Marner trying to get it along the wall. Carolina trying to punch back here of a response. Svechnikov leaves it for Aho in the corner. Aho feeds it back. Walker's shot blocked on the way through by Stone. Aho plays that back for Miller. Back for Walker once again. He fires it towards the net. Knocked down in front, and it's cleared out of the zone by Stone off the wall. Fired back in from center. Played by Hart, left there to Stone. Stone clears it ahead for Eichel. Jack Eichel carries it back in on the outside. Forced off into the corner. Svechnikov will get it in the corner, and he'll clear to the blue line, not out. Stone held it in, trying to get the pass to Eichel. Eichel will fire it around the boards here, trying to go for Barbashev. Left there. McNabb throws it into the pile. Up in the air, glove down by Dorofeev. Dorofeev along the half wall, trying to throw it towards the front of the net. Shot save made by Anderson. 7:22 to go in the second period, and Vegas has taken full control of Game 3. And they continue to pour on the offense, and Carolina has to find a response here quickly, because if they continue to let Vegas play like this, it's going to be a runaway, a getaway game for the Golden Knights, and how they are just controlling how they're playing right now. They are playing great in the second period again, having a bad first period and having a great second period like they have in the past 2 games of this series. Hurdle trying to win the draw here. Noah Hannafin's not on the bench still. And clear to the blue line, not out. Hurdle holds it in along the half wall. Chatfield tied up Dorofeev. Trying to clear it out with Chatfield, and it is out to center ice. 7 minutes to go in the second period. A 2-0 lead for the Golden Knights here in Game 3. Sissons will get it. Huge hit there by Sissons. Ehlers now will carry it ahead. Back into the zone. Ehlers trying to go cross ice. Shot save. Comes back to the blue line. Chatfield's shot was blocked on the way through. Slavin feeds it in deeper. It was intercepted by Hurdle. Out to center ice it goes for Sissons. In, fires, and a save. Lazon has the puck now in behind the net. Wraparound attempt to the top of the crease. Howden throws it towards the net. It was blocked. Marner cleared out. Right now it's all Vegas. Theodore stretches it ahead now. Marner finds a cutter. Marner into the middle. In the middle, McNabb, and he couldn't get the shot away. It was right at the top of the crease, and he could not put it home. And an icing on Carolina. 6:12 to go, and it is all Vegas. Wow. They have just taken control of this game. Braden McNabb in the middle, and they try to feed that to Brett Howden for his 14th of the playoffs, and no. Wow. Something like that comes to them back. Marner shot right into the glove. 6:06 to go in the second period. That might cost them with, instead of going for the shot, McNabb, he tried to make the pass on an open net and could not put it home. Wow, what a chance for the Golden Knights. And it is all Vegas right now in this hockey game with 6:06 to go. Our poll reads 54% have voted the Canes to win, now 46 for the Knights. And right now in the second period, it looks like Vegas, again, controlling all the aspects of the game right now. Up 2-0 again. Carlson has in the face-off dot. Jankowski battling for it in the skates. Won here by the Canes. Miller try to stretch it ahead. Deflected off the body of Carrier. Carter Hart will play it around the glass. It goes. Marner has some trouble. Rides it around to the opposite side. Walker gets the loose puck along the half wall. Blocked away there by Howden out to center ice. Mitch Marner is on a breakaway. Mitch Marner off the side of the net. Could not bury it, but he had Anderson down. Turned over at the blue line. McNabb down low for Marner. Back in. Scores! Mitch Marner! Mitch Marner's second of the period. Out waiting Freddie Anderson, and it's all Vegas here in this period. 3-0 Vegas. With 5:28 to go. What a keep-in by Braden McNabb off the turnover to try to clear it out of the zone. Third multi-goal game of this postseason for Mitch Marner. And that one was a beauty of a goal. 3-0 Golden Knights here in Game 3. 27 points in the playoffs for Mitch Marner. Theodore has some trouble with the puck as he gets pressured by Aho. Huge hit. Held at the blue line for a moment. Dowd clears it ahead now. Back in Cole Smith trying to cut through. Smith in behind the net. Around the boards it goes now for Dowd. Dowd fires it around the boards. It's all Vegas right now. Shot towards the net was fanned on. Clear to the blue line. Not out again. Back in onside. Cole Smith fires a shot wide of the net. Gosh to spare. This crowd is loving it here at the Fortress. T-Mobile Arena here in Vegas. 3-0. The Golden Knights leading it right now. And they're just dominating the Carolina Hurricanes. Shea Theodore will play it for Dad off the glass. Out to center. The two goals were not waved off. It would be 5-0 Vegas, by the way. They've technically scored 5 here in the period, but 2 of them have been waved off. Just a terrible period overall here by the Carolina Hurricanes. 4.5 to go. We'll be back. It is all Vegas. Hurdle, then Marner, and Marner again. 3-0 Golden Knights here in Game 3 of the Stanley Cup Final. Welcome back, everybody, to Game 3 of the Stanley Cup Final. It is a 3-0 lead here for the Vegas Golden Knights as they've just completely dominated the second period so far. Welcome back in. I'm Max. Glad you can be with us here on our coverage of the Stanley Cup Final. Mitch Marner already 2 goals in the period. An assist. He has had a great period. It has been all Vegas here, and Carolina just looks out of sorts again. Back in onside is Jarvis into the corner. He's forced off. Ehlers in behind the net. Lazan getting there to force the puck away from him. Stone will flip it out to center ice. It is all Vegas. Chatfield has some trouble. Try to clear it ahead. Jarvis the drop pass, and Ehlers will clear it out to center ice, and Anderson will fire it back in. Icing here on the Golden Knights with 4:02 to go. And Carolina, they just looks out of sorts here. They have not been able to generate much offensively. McNabb, the nice keep in as the Carolina Hurricanes were trying to clear him. What a pass to Marner. Marner outweighing Anderson. And it's a 3-0 lead with that goal by Mitch Marner. They're announcing the goal right now. Mitch Marner is having a period. We've already 2 goals, one of them off the stick of Sean Walker, an own goal. Stankoven trying to win the draw, and he will. Played back to the line, long shot towards the net, rebound in front, it's still loose and whacked at. Covered up by Carter Hart with 3:56 to go. Carolina trying to stop the bleeding and getting one back here on the board. Carter Hart has had no shutouts here in this postseason, trying to bid for his first one. I know it's a little too early to be saying that, and I probably just jinxed him. But, yeah. 3:56 to go in the second. Off the faceoff, Carlson lost the draw. Nikishin looking, down low it goes, towards the net. Hull was denied. Howden trying to clear it. Blake trying to hold it in. Carlson clears it out to center ice. Could have been another breakaway for Marner. Stankoven into the glove of Hart. Dropped it off. McNabb. Theodore now has the puck. He'll clear it out to center ice. It is a breakaway for Howden! And he's denied by Anderson! Marner along the wall. Man, this has been too many odd man rushes here for the Carolina Hurricanes to give up. Blake leaves it. Gostisbehere back for Blake again. Blake leaves it, one-timer by Nikishin was blocked. Marner again trying to go on a break. Mitch Marner scores! The hat trick! Mitch Marner! What a postseason he's having. And he fires that one, a natural hat trick. 4-0 Vegas here in Game 3. Wow. Wow. What a period for Mitch Marner. What a postseason he's having, and he just scored a natural hat trick. Slap shot. Beats Anderson on the blocker side. And with 3:08 to go in the second, it is all Vegas here in Game 3. What a shot by Mitch Marner off the post and in. Just unreal. And Mitch Marner has given the Golden Knights a 4-0 lead. Anderson getting a piece of it, but not all of it. And it's 4-0 Vegas, a natural hat trick by Mitch Marner. Obviously, the story of this postseason for Vegas, with other than Carter Hart, was Mitch Marner. Well, obviously, last season was with Toronto, and the struggles in the postseason. He had never been a good postseason player when he was with the Toronto Maple Leafs. And now in his first year with Vegas, he has certainly proven haters wrong, as that is his 10th goal, I believe, of the playoffs. And just, wow, what a performance. And he's up to 30 points, or close to 30 points right now. He has 28 points now in this postseason. He's 2 away from 30 points. And I mean, what a performance he is having in this Stanley Cup playoff year. Most by skater in first postseason with Team NHL history. Mitch Marner, 28 points this postseason. He's making history here with the Golden Knights. And he has given them a 4-0 lead here in Game 3 in a dominating game here for the Golden Knights. At least for the moment, but I mean, I don't know how Carolina can mount a comeback here. And I think Vegas is, right now, is just pouring it on. And Mitch Marner, 3 of the 4 goals, 10 goals in this postseason. He only had 8 in the last 6 postseasons with the Toronto Maple Leafs. He struggled with the Maple Leafs, and now here in Vegas, he has not struggled. It has been quite the opposite. And it is a 4-0 lead for the Golden Knights. Just unreal performance by Mitch Marner, his second hat trick this postseason. He had one on May 8th against the Anaheim Ducks. And it's 4-0. Dorofeev clears it out to center ice. Mitch Marner the hat trick. Walker leaves it now for Miller. Cross for Walker. Walker caused this all to happen. Turned over right in front. Dorofeev, a backhander wide. They're looking for more here in Game 3. Hurdle. It was a complete destruction and collapse here by the Hurricanes in this second period. Anderson deflects. Where's the puck out of play? And the tension between the Hurricanes' frustration right now, it's mounting up higher and higher. And Freddie Anderson has not had a good Stanley Cup Final year. He only allowed 5 goals in the first 2 series. 5 goals allowed in the first round. Second round, 5 goals. Allowed 10 in the conference final. And he's allowed 12 in 3 games. And now does that bring up the question, do you switch Freddie Anderson? 4 goals on 16 shots here for the Golden Knights. And they're struggling. Power play worked out here. 1 for 10 in the series, but they've scored 1 for 1 in the game. Around the boards it goes. It's fired back in by the Canes. Another domination by the Vegas Golden Knights here in Game 3 of the Stanley Cup Final. Played back to the line, Gostisbehere. Gostisbehere holds the line here. Gostisbehere across one-timer. Nikishin block it away and could not be held at the line. 2 minutes to go. Nikishin, a 95-mile-per-hour one-timer. Another giveaway. Man, has Vegas read well and just reading the middle of the ice as Carolina continues to struggle breaking it out of their own zone. Ehlers. No offside. It is onside here. Eichel can't clear it. Theodore clears it out to center ice here for Jack Eichel. Eichel looking, fires it around the boards. It comes free here to Stone. Stankoven will get it now with 1:20 to go. Our intermission report just that time away. We'll talk about the Mitch Marner hat trick in just a moment and how this all got going for the Vegas Golden Knights in a dominating second period performance. Stankoven trying to get it along the wall. Comes free for Taylor Hall. Back to the line. Long shot by Slavin went wide. Stankoven feeds it in behind the net now for Blake. Blake looking. Plays that back. One-timer. Slavin blocked on the way through. Stone. Barbashev clears at the center. Knocked down by Slavin. Backhanded ahead. Here's Blake off his skate. Turned over again. Mark Stone trying to move a man ahead now. And Brett Howden trying to cut through. Howden to the net. Save made by Anderson. Slavin clears it around, and McNabb played into the middle for Marner. Down low, William Karlsson trying to get it. Marner's shot blocked on the way through. Trying to go for a 4-goal period here in the second period. Marner again has the puck. Try to feed it ahead. That's going to be icing here on Vegas with 20.9 remaining. An incredible period by Mitch Marner. 4 points in the second period, tied for most in a single period since 1919. Frank Foyston of the Seattle Metropolitans. Stanley Cup Final history. Just unreal. Mitch Marner. It's over 100 years, that record. And now, another player has done it. 4 points in a single period in a Stanley Cup Final history. Mitch Marner's stick got slashed by one of the Carolina Hurricanes. Some frustration by the Canes mounting here. Final seconds die down of the period, and that will do it. 4-0 Vegas going into the third period. A utter domination by the Golden Knights. And Carolina just looks all out of sorts. My goodness, what a dominating period. Mitch Marner factoring in on all 4 goals. And it's a 4-0 lead for Vegas going into the third, and Carolina just needs to find something. I don't think they can come back from a 4-goal deficit, but man, what a domination here in Game 3, at least in that second period by the Golden Knights. We'll be right back in our intermission report coming up next year on the NHL on MHS. We'll be back in just a moment, everybody. What a period for the Vegas Golden Knights as they are up 4-0 here in Game 3 of the Stanley Cup Final. And with the help of Mitch Marner with the natural hat trick, the fastest hat trick in Stanley Cup Final history, as he beats the record that was set by the Rocket, Maurice Richard. And it's a 4-0 lead for the Golden Knights here in Game 3 of the Stanley Cup Final. Let's go over the goals here. Tomas Hertl, power play goal here, as it was a penalty for too many men on Carolina. What a pass here by Eichel from behind the net. Eichel with one of his big plays of the series so far, and what a setup to Tomas Hertl. Then 16 seconds later, this was the two fastest goals to be scored in Vegas Golden Knights playoff history. And Mitch Marner gets a friendly bounce off the stick of Sean Walker. Carlson trying to get this chance. Keandre Miller poke-checked it away. Then Walker put it in on his own goaltender and in. That's what started the Mitch Marner natural hattie. And then Marner here on a pass that was held in by McNabb. It was a clearance attempt that did not work for the Carolina Hurricanes. Mitch Marner outweighting Freddie Anderson, beating him on the pad. And it was 3-0. Then at 16:52, the natural hat trick goal, the slap shot towards the net. Hertl got the pass ahead, and Marner fires it past Freddie Anderson, and it's a 4-0 lead for the Golden Knights. They outshot the Carolina Hurricanes 14-5 in the period, and they are in complete control of Game 3 of the Stanley Cup Final, as they have out-hit the Carolina Hurricanes 45-26. They have played every aspect of the game right now, and they really dominated that second period. And right now, I don't know how Carolina even comes back with any effort to come back, because they just look dead in the water. Carolina just looks dead in the water here, and I don't know how in the world they're going to come back from this, especially, they probably don't have a good chance in coming back in this game number 3. And I don't know how you have to mentally reset for this Game 4 that's going to come up here on Tuesday. You get more days of rest, but man, what a brutal period for the Carolina Hurricanes. And then this does not count the 2 disallowed goals, so they technically allowed 6 goals in that period, 2 of them coming off the board. So just a pretty poor period by the Carolina Hurricanes, and just wow. Vegas has taken complete control of this game, and it is shown here. Because, man, look at this. The stats are all in their favor, and Carolina just looks scared, while Vegas is just taking advantage of all the mistakes that the Carolina Hurricanes are doing, and it's come to bite here in this Game 3 of the Stanley Cup Final. And, man, the Hurricanes really look scared right now, and they just look not like a good team right now, like they were in the first 3 rounds of the playoffs. They have really struggled in this game, and man, what a domination by the Golden Knights in that second period. What team are you on? Well, I don't like either of these. No, I don't like either of these. I'm not biased, but I'm a Stars fan, so yeah, I am not biased to any sort of thing, but I could really care less who wins, because the Stars are not in the final. So regardless, what a performance by Mitch Marner, though. And he is only the second player in Stanley Cup Final history to get 4 points in a period. And the record was back in 1919, over 100 years ago. 105 years ago. 107 years ago since it was set there. And wow. Just incredible performance by Mitch Marner. And he has a natural hat trick. And he has helped the Vegas Golden Knights to a 4-0 lead. We'll be back in just a moment for the third period coming up next year on the NHL and MHS. Game 3 of the Stanley Cup Final. Vegas leading it 4-0. So we have a goaltending change here in the Stanley Cup Final for the first time. It is Brandon Bussi for the first time in this postseason. .895 save percentage in the regular season, 2 shutouts, 31-6-2, coming in relief of Freddie Anderson. So it just a colossal breakdown by the Carolina Hurricanes in this game, and Brandon Bussi's now in net for the Canes. They're down 4-0 here in game number 3 of the Stanley Cup Final, and they needed to pull Freddie Anderson. He was just not playing well. The whole team was not playing well, but Freddie was not getting the saves that they probably needed here, and Brandon Bussi is now in net for this third period as Vegas has complete control of game 3, up 4-0. Jankowski and Dowd in the face-off dot at center, and Jankowski wins the draw. We're underway in the third period, 4-0. The Golden Knights leading it 3 goals in 6 minutes and 10 seconds, the fastest hat trick in Stanley Cup history. Mitch Marner in the second period, and just unbelievable the performance Mitch Marner is having here in game 3. The battle along the boards ensues in the Vegas end as they fish it free almost for a moment for Robinson. Gostisbehere has the loose puck at the point, throws it towards the net, block it away, rebound, Hart couldn't get it. Jankowski held at the line by Gostisbehere. Round the boards it rides here for Robinson, turned it over to Anderson instead. Off the boards, ahead now for Kolasar. Try to feed the pass ahead for Smith, taken away by Nikishin. Big hit by Cole Smith to force a turnover. Nikishin got taken down. Aho plays it into the middle, Gostisbehere, and Aho gets it back here. Back in on side as Blake in, fires a shot wide of the net. They've changed the lines here. Taylor Hall now with Blake and Aho. Held at the blue line by Miller. Carried ahead now by Marner once again. Marner on the backhand, looks to get on the forehand shot, and a save made. Mitch Marner with the opportunity. Around the boards it goes. Aho gets it first in the corner, turned over to the blue line. McNabb holds it in. Got it to Carlson. Down low it goes for Howden. Howden feeds it up top. Back for McNabb. Fakes the shot. Now throws it towards the net. Here's Marner once again. Mitch Marner in the high slot. Poke checked away out to center ice by Miller. And carried back out to center ice, and Slavin has the puck now. Slavin plays it across Chatfield. And it's turned over at the blue line to Mark Stone. Fires a shot wide on Bussi. Marner clears it out to center ice. Glove down there by Coughlin. Fired back in from center. Bussi plays it now for Chatfield. Just domination by Vegas continuing here in the third period. 4-0 they lead here in game 3 of the Stanley Cup Final. Forced back in on the backhand by Jordan Marnook. Coughlin tied up in the back of the net there, and it is cleared out to center ice. Chatfield fires it back in from center. Hannafin fired back in once again by the Golden Knights back into the Carolina end. Stahl trying to get there first. He'll get it behind the net now. Jordan Stahl. And Coughlin gets it free now for the Golden Knights. Cleared off the glass out to center ice for Ehlers. Nikolai Ehlers has the puck as he'll look to move it ahead through the middle of the ice. Forced back into his own zone. The drop pass back in onside. Gostisbehere across for Robinson. They came and into the zone onside. Round the boards it goes. More than 3 has passed by in the third. Centering pass for Ehlers couldn't connect from Stahl. Cleared out to center. Smith trying to get through. Cole Smith has the puck in the corner. Delayed penalty, and it's going against Carolina. No, it's Vegas. Cole Smith takes a penalty here. It is a Carolina penalty. Never mind.
Over.
22 Vegas.
You're correct. I was fooled by the crowd, which
Cole Smith to the box, and so a power play for the Canes. Power play was 2 for 4 in the last game, with the game-winning goal being scored on the power play goal. Seth Jarvis in overtime getting that. And Cole Smith takes the penalty. This only the second power play of the game. Coming here, and so Carolina will get a power play here pretty early on into the third period. Maybe they can get one here. Stahl, Aho, Jarvis, Svechnikov, and Gostisbehere on the power play unit to start off their first chance on the man advantage. Sissons, Stahl in the tie-up, got it to Jarvis, Gostisbehere from the blue line. Got it low, run timer by Aho, did not deliver, and cleared out of the zone, now a race for it. Played by Bussey in behind their own net. 2 for their last 2 power plays. Go-ahead goal in the third in game 2, and the game-winning goal in overtime by Seth Jarvis. At home, the Golden Knights have only allowed 1 power play goal, and on the road they've allowed 7. They're a completely different team here at home. Cleared out. Gostisbehere will look to carry it ahead, back in onside. Carolina only with 12 shots here in the game. Jarvis will play it back here to the line for Gostisbehere. Held in, turned over. Mitch Marner short-handed. 4th of the game. Aho slashes in from behind. Will that be a penalty shot? It is a penalty shot in the Stanley Cup Final.
A penalty shot for being fouled from behind.
Wes McCauley with the call, and Mitch Marner with a penalty shot here. Oh my goodness. Sebastian Aho with the slash. And now a penalty shot with 15:56 to go in the period. Mitch Marner on a penalty shot here. Trying to go for his 4th of the game. Mitch Marner on the backhand, denied by Bussey. What a save. Brandon Bussey. I believe that's his first shot he's faced 2 of the game, and he denies Mitch Marner on a penalty shot. Faceoff will be in the Vegas end. In the Carolina end. What a save there with the glove. Getting a piece of it. Off the faceoff, wide of Bussey. Still a power play here for the Canes. They avoid being down 5-0. Potentially again by Mitch Marner getting the goal. 0 for 5, these teams in the postseason on penalty shots. Ehlers turned it over, and Stone will just fire it back in deep. 50 remaining on the power play here for the Canes. Nikishin will look to carry it ahead. Nikishin cross the ice. Ehlers back in on the entry. Hall driving in, shot wide of the net. It comes for Blake in the corner. Got it to Ehlers in behind the net. Blake in the corner again. Feeds that back to Hall at the point. Nikishin looking. Got it across. Nikishin one-timer. Save made by Hart. Ehlers around the boards. Hall let it go to Blake at the point. Jackson Blake. Down low it goes for Taylor Hall. Back for Blake once again along the wall. Back for a point shot potentially by Nikishin. And it got wide. Blake poke checked out the center. No. Stone was trying to. In the corner, Hall looks to center for Stankoven. Power play expiring. Blake looking. Fires a pass across. Shot blocked on the way through. Power play's over. And cleared ahead. And Cole Smith onside. Cole Smith shot over the net. Ehlers cross the ice. Back in onside is Robinson. Forced off into the corner. Comes back up top here for Walker. His shot wide of the net. Theodore turned over at the blue line. A backhand opportunity there in front was blocked away. McNabb out to center. Deflects into the Vegas bench and out of play. 14-11 left to go in the third period. What do you mean by that, Eric Garish? This is hockey, not basketball, bro. I'm confused. Curious. 14-11 to go in the third period. Series tied at 1, but with how the score is looking like, this is probably going to be a 2-1 advantage for the Golden Knights by the end of the night. Oh. Oh, yeah, I did see that earlier in the chat. The Knicks, though, are pretty good in basketball right now in the NBA Finals. They're up 2-0 against the Spurs, taking both on the road in San Antonio. Pretty good start, and they're on like a 12-game winning streak right now in the playoffs. Spurs have to find an answer, and Wemby frustrated too. Chatfield now has the puck, and he'll play it off the boards out to center Jankowski, and fired back in by Hurdle. To the corner it goes. Slavin tried to clear it, turned over to Hurdle, backhander towards the net, tried to at least. Hurdle looking. Turnaround shot was denied by Bussey. Around the boards it goes here for Jankowski. Out to center ice it goes. And Hannafin controls the puck here. I'll look at the chat when we go to a media timeout. This one will be wide of Bussey on the dump-in attempt. It was deflected. Coughlin battling. Dowd gets it free. And Coughlin gets it once again. Stankoven clears it ahead out to center ice. Marnock trying to get it ahead. They've really changed the lines here. It's Marnock, Jarvis, and Stankoven. Marnock a chance and he scores! Jordan Marnock cuts the deficit to 3 and then a fight after the goal. And everyone just getting together after that goal was scored by Jordan Marnock. 4-1 now, but they're just pushing and shoving after the goal. As it was Jordan Marnock still getting caught here by the collar by Kolasar. I don't think we're going to get any penalties out of this. Eric Garris said basketball is scripted, but hockey, no way it is. Yeah, you could argue that. 4-1 now as Jordan Marnock gets the goal for the Canes, his second of the postseason. And cuts the deficit to 3 as it goes to the 5-hole of Carter Hart. And just frustration with Smith and Marnock there on that play leads to that. Smith took down Marnock when he was putting it into the net. And with 12:67 to go. It's a 4-1 game. .57 to go in the third period, and there Carolina can muster one up again quickly. First in 14 games for Marnock. Maybe this could be a game again here if they can get another one quickly. So it's a 4-1 game here in Vegas. Aho turns it over to almost a hurdle. Blake try to carry it ahead. McNabb. Aho trying to get there. He'll get in the corner. Aho looks to center. Then they score! Taylor Hall! It is 4-2! And hold on, the Canes are not done yet. Two quick goals by Carolina has made it a 4-2 game here. Sebastian Aho from the corner centered it to Taylor Hall. And two quick ones by the Hurricanes has gotten them back within 2 here in this game. And all of a sudden, we have a game again here in Vegas. Wow. Taylor Hall icing on Vegas. And so the faceoff goes back into their end. Wow. 12:24 to go in the third. And, wow. A change of events all of a sudden. Carolina with 2 quick ones. If they can get another one, hold on. It's a game again here in Vegas. Aho with the backhand no-look. Taylor Hall with the goal. Stahl trying to win the draw. Robinson played it back to the point. From the half-wall shot, scores! It's in the net! It's 4-3! Slavin with the goal! 3 quick goals by the Hurricanes. It was actually Jordan Stahl, but it's a 1-goal game. Wow. 12:18 to go in the third period. Carolina with 3 quick goals in less than a minute. Stahl the deflection in front. And that icing cost them, and all of a sudden the Carolina Hurricanes have scored 3 in a row. Carter Hart laying up some weird ones here now, and it's certainly a game here again here in Game 3. The 4-0 lead now cut to 4-3. 3 goals in 39 seconds, and don't go anywhere. Carolina all of a sudden has made it a 1-goal game. Fired back in from center by Theodore. Wow. Walker around the boards. Miller clears it out to center ice. This was going to be an icing here on the Carolina Hurricanes. But wow, all of a sudden, in less than 40 seconds apart, 3 goals by the Canes has brought them within 1 in Game 3 of the Stanley Cup Final. When it looked all over for the Canes, they just continued to fight, and maybe this went off of Robinson. I'm not sure. Stahl or Robinson got credit for that goal. Jordan Stahl, his 3rd of this series, and it's a 1-goal game here in Game 3. This series has been chaotic, and it continues on. 11:46 to go. There's a whistle here, and I believe it was a hand pass or an offside. We'll be right back in just a moment. 3 goals by the Canes in just under 40 seconds apart. Jarvis, Hall, and Stahl. We'll be back. 4-3 now in Vegas. We're back here in Vegas, 4-3 with 11.5 to go in the third period. Carolina scored 3 goals in under 40 seconds apart. And an icing here on Carolina once again of 11.5 to go. Unbelievable. This series has had twists and turns that you could never predict. 3 goals that quickly by the Canes all of a sudden brings them within 1. And I mean, I don't know how you can predict this series. It is just off the wall right now, and you don't know what's going to happen. When it looked like Vegas had a complete control of this game, it looks like they're just trying to hold on for dear life as their 4-0 lead has evaporated almost to 4-3. Stahl tried to clear it ahead, not out of the zone just yet. Anderson held it in. Howden from his knees got it to Marner. Marner from long range shot, save, Bussy! An incredible game here in Game 3 of the Stanley Cup Final. Game 3 of the NBA Final will be on Monday. The Knicks leading that series 2-0, and they're back at the Madison Square Garden, MSG, most renowned arena in North America and in the United States. It's a great arena, and they're back there riding a 13-game win streak, I believe. 4-3 now. Carolina scored 3 goals in under 40 seconds, and it's 4-3. All of a sudden, Carolina scored 3 goals just like that. It's going to be another icing here with 10:54 to go. I don't know how you can predict this series because 3 goals by the Canes in under 40 seconds. And the 4-0 lead that Vegas had is now cut down to 1, and this Carolina squad won't quit. After they look dead in the water in the second period. Long shot deflected on Bussey and a save. Deflects on the back glass and cleared to the line and out to center. Stone carried it back in, or tried to at least. Forced back in. Eichel trying to get there ahead of Chatfield. Eichel on the side of the net. Bussey covers it up with 10:34 to go in the third period. I mean, this series is just unpredictable. I think, wow. Now we got a game again here with 10:34 to go in the third. I mean, it doesn't get any better than this, doesn't it? Sissons and Aho in the face-off dot. One off the draw. Sissons played back to Anderson. Centering pass for Sissons. Could not. Blake will carry it ahead the other way. Right to the middle. Back in on side. Taylor Hall on the outside. Looks to center. On the top of the crease. Couldn't center the puck off the stick. Walker holds it in to Aho. Around the boards it goes. Hall let it go. Dorofeev comes free for Blake. Trying to go down low for Hall. And cleared out to the line and out by Vegas. Dorofeev will carry it back in. Dorofeev forced off by Aho. Sissons will get in the corner. Around the boards it goes. With half a period to go, it's 4-3. In behind the net, Sissons tried to center. Sissons again. Smith's shot was denied. And cleared out to center ice. And this one will be icing just barely with 9:46 to go. Just craziness here in Game 3 of the Stanley Cup Final. It doesn't get any better than this. This final has been so unpredictable. Off the tie-up, won by Carlson. Marner along the boards. Marner tied up, gets it to Carlson in the corner. Carlson has it with the backhand, playing it back. Hannafin's shot, blocked into the corner. Blake will get it now along the wall. Hannafin battling, and it comes free for Carlson. Cleared out to the line, is out of the zone. And here come the Canes the other way. Back into Svechnikov. Cross the ice for the pass. The backhander by Marnik was denied. Off the played back to the line. Held in. Long shot. Blocking the way through. It goes into the corner. Jankowski. Around the boards it goes. Marnik tied up. Kolasar. Carlson clears it. Out to center ice. This one will go down the length of the ice. And no icing. Just barely. With less than 9 minutes to go in the third period, Carolina trying to mount a comeback from 4-0 down. Carter Hart almost gave it away. Theodore tried to switch it to the middle of the ice, intercepted there at center. Ehlers back in onside, around the boards. It rides the puck to the opposite side for Stahl. Robinson lost it. McNabb picks it up now for the Golden Knights. Tried to clear it. Chatfield holds it in for a moment. Cole Smith has some trouble. He'll play it back. And the Canes have possession once again. Jarvis tried to move it ahead. Back in is Cole Smith. Try to find the pass for Dowd in the middle. It is cleared out to center ice. Theodore fires it back in from center with 8:20 to go in the third. Along the boards with Stone. He lost to Ehlers. Flips it out to center ice. Robinson trying to get to the loose puck. Anderson. Robinson gets there first. Tying up with Lazon. And here's Jack Eichel with the puck now for the Golden Knights. With 8 minutes to go in the third period. Bussey around the glass it goes. Knocked down by Barbashev. Barbashev up in the air. Delay a game penalty. With 7:53 to go, I believe. And it is going to be a penalty. They're going to confer. Hold on. I think this might be a delayed penalty. We're trying to see the replay here. Oh, I'm trying to see it. It's a very, very tough determination. The call here. You could argue that it did touch the boards. Potentially. We could have a penalty here. And this could be crucial for Vegas if they get the call. If they don't, Carolina still has a chance here. Stahl wants an explanation. The referee's taking a little bit here. Wes McCauley, Chris Rooney, Devin Berg, and Matt McPherson. And from my point of view, I think it is a delay game penalty, but it's very difficult, though. It is so crucial to get this call right because it's late in the game. Here we go. They're about to make the announcement. Chris Rooney. Yeah, it is going to be penalty.
Earlier.
And they're still waiting here. Chris Rooney now with the...
Now it's going to be a delay of game penalty.
Delay game. A crucial power play upcoming for the Golden Knights. Seth Jarvis arguing as much as he wants. Rod Brindamore just looking disappointed on the bench. And with 7:53 to go in the third period of Game 3 of the Stanley Cup Final, the drama gets even higher. We'll be back. Power play for Vegas when we return. 7:53 to go in the third period of just a wild Game 3 here in Vegas, as this series is just so unpredictable to even see what's going to happen next. This has been the most incredible final I've seen in a very long... I swear I say that every single Cup final. We're seeing another point of view of this, and Jarvis might have an argument there that was not a delayed game. That might have actually deflected off something there. They have to kill this penalty if they want a chance to continue to try to make that comeback attempt. 1-for-1 on the power play as Vegas at 10 seconds into the power play. They scored Tomas Hertl. They're going to get that 10 seconds right here because it's cleared out by the Canes. Theodore has the puck now as he'll look to move it ahead, and he'll drop it off for Jack Eichel. 7.5 to go and a huge power play here. Eichel throws the play offside. 7:34 to go in the third. With a power play for Vegas with 1:42 on it. If Carolina can kill this off, though, who knows what could happen. Can Carolina tie this game miraculously from being down 4-0? Wow. It's just been incredible in Game 3. It's been incredible in all 3 games of this series. It's going to come down to the very last second. Theodore, the drop pass here for Jack Eichel. Eichel carries it back in on the blue line entry. Marner holds it in, got the pass to Stone. Chipped up in the air, knocked down by Stahl, and cleared out to center ice. Theodore has the puck once again for the Golden Knights. Theodore will drop it off for Eichel. Through the middle. Eichel splitting through, shot, and a save made by Bussey with 7:01 to go. 1:08 remaining on the man advantage for the Golden Knights. In a 4-3 game late in regulation. I mean, just incredible how this game has gone and how this Stanley Cup Final has been, and a huge power play opportunity for the Golden Knights. Trying to take advantage of it. 23-18, the shots favoring the Knights right now in the game. Lazan and Aho in the face-off dot. Aho wins the draw. Up in the air. Are they going to call that another delay game? No, they're saying it deflected. Vegas wants a penalty for everything now. With 6:56 to go, Mark Stone getting the explanation there. It did deflect. Yep, that one clearly hits the glass. That one is not a delay game. 6:56 to go and 1:04 left on the power play for the Golden Knights. Off the draw, the tie-up in the corner. Eichel plays that back for Theodore. Eichel once again. Try to go back for Theodore. He does. Around the boards it goes. Stone in behind the net. Gloved it down to himself. Turned it over instead. Walker gets tripped up. No penalty. Eichel throws it towards the net when no one was there. Dorofeev along the wall. Try to feed that into the middle for Marner. Could not go. Jack Eichel. Down low for Stone in behind the net. In front for Marner. Was blocked away. Stone back for Eichel in the corner. Eichel looking. Down low is Stone. Eichel once again along the wall. Feeds that back. Theodore's drive went wide. Dorofeev along the wall trying to battle for it. Comes free for Aho. Trying to go in short-handed. Aho just trying to kill off the time here. He'll make his way through, though. 1-on-2. Killing off some valuable seconds here on the power play for the Knights that only has less than 10 seconds to go on it. Stone gets taken down off the puck by Stahl. A whistle pretty early on with 5:56 to go. And I believe we're going to have a face-off inside the Vegas end. And the face-off will be inside the Vegas end. 4 seconds to go on the power play for the Golden Knights, and with less than 6 minutes to go in the third period, can the Canes miraculously tie this game up? Off the draw, one here. Here's Nikishin's shot, and a save made by Carter Hart with 5:52 to go. Just incredible what we've seen here. 5:52 to go here in Vegas. It's a 4-3 game in Game 3 of the Stanley Cup Final. Don't go anywhere. .552 to go in the third period. The turning point in this one, Mitch Marner denied on a penalty shot that would have made it 5-0 Vegas. But then the comeback started. Jordan Marnock made it 4-1. Seconds later, Aho from the corner sent it for Taylor Hall. It's in the net for a 4-2 game. Jacob Slavin from the half wall, deflected by Stahl. Goes behind Carter Hart. And with 5:52 to go, it's a 4-3 game. The tie-up in the face-off dot won by the Golden Knights in their own zone. A huge face-off win. Howden trying to get there. Nikishin off the boards, out to center ice, knocked down. Mitch Marner will take it away now. Marner back in, trying to go for a 4-goal game. Marner's shot blocked in the way through by Nikishin. Marner looks to center, one in front, and Howden denied off the pad of Bussey. Carlson around the boards. Howden pressing from behind there on Blake. Gostisbehere tying up. Marner looks to center. What a save! Carlson denied by Bussey. Two great chances in the slot for the Golden Knights. Carlson with 5:15 to go. Stankoven turned over. Marner's shot was blocked off a skate of Blake. Cleared out to center. Logan Stankoven speeding back in. Stankoven to tie, and it's shot over the net. And Chatfield could not hold it in. Carolina has it at center with less than 5 minutes to go in the third period. Taylor Hall poke-checked away. Stone has possession. Bussey in this third period has faced 9 shots so far. 25-19, the shots favored in Vegas here with 4:40 to go in regulation in a 4-3 game. Ehlers clears it ahead now for Stahl, carrying it back in. Dropped it off. Back in. Hall shot denied by Hart. And then he gets run over, and Eichel gets cross-checked from behind, and Stahl gets taken down. And Hart is in a little bit of pain there with 4:33 to go in the third. Carter Hart looks like he got roughed up there, and Stone and Taylor Hall tie up after the whistle. Carter Hart. Wow. Well, this Stanley Cup Final has not disappointed. Hanifin got pushed by Hall, and that near hit the head of Hart that kind of twisted it up there. 4:33 to go. Wow. .433 to go in the third period. Players enraged by that. Face-off will be outside the Vegas zone. 4:33 remaining here in the third period. Aho and Eichel in the face-off dot. Still time here for the Canes to try to come back. Another face-off win by the Golden Knights. Cleared out to center ice. Bouncing puck at center. Eichel trying to get there. Cleared it ahead. Blake. Eichel from behind. Pressuring Blake from behind there and behind the net. 4:18 to go in the third. Cleared out to center. Out in the air. Blake back into the Carolina end. Bussey leaves it there for Chatfield. Chatfield looks to move it ahead now. Ehlers plays it ahead, back in on side, around the boards. It rides here for Jarvis in the opposite corner. Jarvis leaves it for Walker. Walker's shot was blocked. It comes back to the point. Miller's shot deflected wide of the net. Aho will get it now along the half wall, playing it back for Walker. Around the boards it goes for Jarvis in behind. Anderson pressured him off the puck. Down low it went to the corner for Ehlers. 3.5 to go in the third period. Jarvis from behind, and it looks to center for Walker. Off the post, I believe. And Aho, a diving play, gets high stick there, and no penalty called. A missed call there by the referees, and Smith carries it back in. Around the boards it goes. With 3:15 to go in the third period, 4-3. Crowd is chanting for the Golden Knights as they're trying to hold on to their 4-3 lead here. Carried back in. Taylor Hall gets hit at the blue line by McNabb. Cleared out the center. And it went out of play. Actually, it went out of play, and that should be a delay of game. 2:55 to go. I believe it's a delay of game penalty. It's going to be a power play for the Canes with 2:55 to go.
Delay of game.
Delay of game. Oh my goodness, if it couldn't get any better than this. Carolina has a power play in the last 2:55. A delay of game penalty by the Golden Knights. And this game is not over yet. I just can't believe it. Taylor Hall's on the bench with some pain there as he got hit real hard by McNabb. And a delay of game penalty by Shea Theodore. the defenseman, results in a power play late for the Canes. Oh my goodness. Delay a game penalty on Shea Theodore. I mean, unbelievable. 2 for 7 in the series for the Hurricanes. They need one here to tie it. Dowd in the face-off dot for the Knights. Install in the draw, the tie-up in the dot. They continue to fight for it. It's under the body of Dowd. They continue to fight for it still. Svechnikov trying to get it free. Dowd trying to clear it out. It's held in by Gosper. Svechnikov around the boards. 2:40 to go. Aho along the wall. Aho feeds it in deep. Svechnikov back for Aho. Gosper from the blue line. Gosper there looking. Jarvis from the circle plays that back to Gosper. From the blue line, looking for a shooting lane. Aho back to Gosper. Gosper shot! Save made by Hart! Aho gets the puck once again. Back for Gosper. The power play here for the Canes. Gosper across one-timer! Jarvis deflected it. It got blocked. Lazan in the corner. Trying to force it out and trying to kill off seconds here on the game clock. 2:08 to go. Stahl tied up in the corner trying to get the puck free. Still loose. Stahl feeds that back. Gosper back for Stahl. Jarvis let it go to Svechnikov with less than 2 minutes to go in the third period. Svechnikov batted out. Aho holds it in. Empty net at the other end. Aho down low. Stahl shot, save, rebound. It's still loose. Ehlers, and they score! They have scored! They've tied the game from 4 goals down. And the Carolina Hurricanes have evened it at 4 with 1:42 to go. And now a conference here to determine if there's goaltender interference. Oh my goodness. And the call on the ice is goal. Wow. Let's see. Yeah, Svechnikov gets pushed in by the Golden Knights player. But he doesn't go in to try to interfere with him intentionally. Oh. Andrei Svechnikov, the tying goal. Does John Tortorella challenge this with 1:42 to go like he did? 1:42 to go in the third period, and they have tied it. Carolina, from down 4 goals, has miraculously tied Game 3 at 4 with 1:42 to go. No challenge by John Tortorella. We are tied at 4. 4th goal by Svechnikov, one of the big players that they needed to get going. Eichel back in with Barbashev's shot wide over the net with 1:34 to go. Oh my goodness, this final could not get any better. 1-4+ goal third period comeback was back in 1982 when the Kings defeated the Oilers in overtime 6-5 in Stanley Cup playoff history. The Canes were trailing 4-0 in this game, and they have miraculously have tied it here in Game 3 of the Stanley Cup Final. I just cannot believe it. Words cannot describe how the Carolina Hurricanes just come back here. Unbelievable. What a period for the Canes. And they have miraculously tied this game. Eichel trying to win the draw, and Slavin clears it out to center ice. Noah Hannafin will get there first. No icing. Hannafin leaves it for Anderson. Around the boards it goes for Stone. Stone ahead. Eichel couldn't get the pass. 80 seconds to go in a tie game at 4. Carolina down 4 goals have tied it. Anderson off the board. Stone. And it's Gostisbehere, I believe, who has the puck. Chatfield. Just cannot believe it. Final minute of regulation. Deflected back in as Chatfield dumped it back in deep. Rasmus Anderson with the loose puck now. Tries to clear it out to center ice. Knocked down by Aho. Howden pressuring him. Carlson trying to force it back in. Back into the zone, Brett Howden. The drop pass for Carlson couldn't go. Winded back in by Anderson. 40 seconds to go in the period. Stanko went off the glass, not out of the zone, and bounced over Theodore's stick. McNabb plays that back for Theodore. Off the boards, out to center. This one will be played here by Bussey. Left there to Walker. 20 seconds to go. Sean Walker will move it ahead. Fired back in from center, or tried to, at least it got blocked away. This one's going to be an icing here on Vegas with 12.6 to go. So one final draw potentially here, and the Canes trying to take advantage of it. Stahl throwing it towards the net, and the rebound was put on by Svechnikov. It's completely unbelievable how the Canes have rallied back from 4 goals down to tie it here in the third period. Just cannot believe it. Face-off in the Vegas end with 12.6 to go. 4-4 miraculously here in Game 3 of the Stanley Cup Final. When the Canes looked out of it, they have somehow come back to tie this game. 12.6 left on the clock here in the regulation. Big face-off here in the Vegas end. Dowd. Off the draw, won by the Canes. Trying to throw it towards the net. Shot off the side of the cage. 7 seconds to go. Cleared out to center ice. Played by the Canes. We will go to overtime in Game 3 of the Stanley Cup Final as the Hurricanes miraculously come back from 4 goals down to tie it. Unbelievable. And we will go to overtime. The Canes miraculously have tied this game up. We'll need a little bit of an intermission to calm us down from what just happened. The Hurricanes with 4 goals in the third period. One late. Svechnikov, the tying goal, has sent this Game 3 into overtime. We'll be right back with our intermission report coming up next here on the NHL and MHS. Don't go anywhere. Overtime in Game 3. Well, can you believe it? We're going to overtime. Somehow, someway, the Carolina Hurricanes, resilient, battling back in the game from 4 goals down, have tied this game and will force Game 3 into overtime. They are a perfect 6-0 in the overtime section. Vegas losing their first overtime game in Game 2. Let's see how it plays out here in Game 3 of the Stanley Cup Final, which has not disappointed this year. Just truly incredible what we've seen here in this game. I just can't believe it. It's unbelievable. Wow. Let's go over the 4 goals that were scored in that period. 4-4 overtime about to start soon. Jordan Marnock, 7:03 into the third period. Just the centering pass from the corner, I believe, by Jarvis from behind the net, actually. Tried to throw it towards the front. He did. Marnock on the rebound to the 5-hole of Carter Hart. Then you thought, okay, they're on the board. 26 seconds later, Taylor Hall, what a pass here by Aho from the corner. No-look pass here from the corner. Boards, Aho. Got in the corner, centered for Hall. Short side goal on Carter Hart. 4-2. Then, just seconds later, 7:42, a face-off win by Stahl results in Slavin throwing a shot towards the half wall. Stahl deflecting it in front, 4-3. Then late on a power play, Shea Theodore took the penalty for a delay game. After they killed off a power play, the Carolina Hurricanes. Stahl fed it in deep. Rebound was just battling for it, and they tied the game. Andrei Svechnikov, one of the big top players that they needed to get going, gets the hugest goal for the Carolina Hurricanes at the moment with the tying goal on the power play to send this game into overtime. Somehow, someway, this game is going into an overtime session. And just miraculously, the Carolina Hurricanes trying to become the second team in Stanley Cup playoff history to come back from a 4-goal deficit to win the game. And only the Kings have done it against the Edmonton Oilers. We'll be back at our intermission report coming up next here. Overtime, 4-4, Game 3 of the Stanley Cup Final. We'll be back in just a moment. Welcome you back here to the overtime intermission report here on the NHL on MHS. This game has tied at 4 as Carolina was down 4-0 entering the third period and have miraculously come back from 4 goals down to tie Andrei Svechnikov the tying goal late on the power play. Game 3 of the Stanley Cup Final will go to overtime, tied at 4. Just truly unbelievable. We'll be right back with the overtime coming up next. This game looked over in the start of the third period. Mitch Marner had a penalty shot to try to make it 5-0. He was denied by Brandon Bussey, who came in relief of Freddie Anderson. And all of a sudden now, Carolina has mounted up the comeback from 4 goals down to tie the game at 4. Svechnikov, the late goal on the power play to even the game at 4, and miraculously, the Carolina Hurricanes send this into an overtime. Unbelievable. Last game went to overtime. Seth Jarvis, the overtime winner, and just incredible how they have just come back here. Truly incredible. And start of overtime here in Vegas for Game 3 of the Cup Final. Just moments away. The second period, it was Mitch Marner who was just dominating that second period. He was denied on the penalty shot. And if they had scored there, maybe Carolina doesn't even make this comeback. And we already talked about how Vegas takes a 2-1 series lead. No. Denied. Brandon Bussey comes into the net as Freddie Anderson got pulled after the second period. And in relief, he has played well. Third period, Mitch Marner denied on the penalty shot right there. What a save by Brandon Bussey there. In the grand scheme of things, Marnock scored to make it 4-1 to start the comeback. Then seconds later, Aho no-looked pass to Taylor Hall to make it 4-2. 2 quick ones. Then Slavin from the half wall stalled the deflection in front. 4-3, and then Andrei Svechnikov just digging at the loose puck on the crease, ties the game at 4, and we go to overtime. Teams are 0-108 when trailing by 4+ goals in the third period. Second time with game-tying goal in final 2 minutes of regulation in consecutive games. And now we have had consecutive games that have gone into overtime in the Stanley Cup Final. Game 3 is underway in overtime. Whoever wins takes a 2-1 series lead in the Stanley Cup Final. Carolina 6-0 and Vegas is 3-1. Cleared ahead back into the Vegas end as Lazan will play it around the boards. Out to center for Stone. Played at center ice. Mark Stone gets it again. And it's Anderson playing it now, fired back in from center. Stone will get it along the half wall. Stone trying to battle for it, got it free. Miller, Walker around the boards. Jarvis trying to clear it out, held in by Eichel. Backhand of that one to the circle. Walker now will clear to the blue line, now of the zone, just hit it, bounces free, and it's cleared out again. Carolina has to be cautious there when they get out of the zone. Theodore will move it ahead, he's on the ice. Shea Theodore, McNabb. And it's Howden around the boards into the opposite corner for Marner. Marner looking, trying to go for the game winner, his 4th of the game. Shea Theodore, who took the penalty late, led to the power play goal by Andrei Svechnikov, trying to redeem himself here. Trying to move it ahead now with Svechnikov. Turned over, Theodore looks for a pass ahead, and he will. Hurdle to drop past Marner, cross the ice for Sissons. Sissons, a backhander off the side of the net. Hurdle looking, plays that back. Anderson fakes the shot. Now for Hurdle. Hurdle in the corner. Gets it free, and he plays that back for Anderson. Anderson into the corner for Hurdle. Hurdle looking. Leaves it there. Hannafin into the corner, forced off by Aho. Centering pass blocked away. Blake has the puck now for the Canes, trying to force it in deeper, and he will. Rasmus Anderson left it there for Dorofeev. Underway in overtime, almost 2 minutes in. Cleared out the center. Hurdle bats at the puck and clears it back into the Carolina end. Sissons tied up with Chatfield. Slavin and Dorofeev battling. Stankoven on the ice trying to clear it out of the zone. Vegas tried to dump it in deep off a skate. Slavin through center, fires it back in from the red line. Harder will rim it around, and McNabb will carry it ahead. Pavel Dorofeev will dump it back in from center ice. Bussey will play it around the boards. Chatfield. Ehlers will get it in the corner, turned it over right in the slot. It comes free here for Cole Smith. Another one of those failed clearances there by the Carolina Hurricanes. Kolasar plays that back to the line. McNabb's long shot deflected. Goes wide. Marnick will clear it out to center ice. Picked up here by Ehlers, trying to move it in onside. Offside there at the line. With 17:28 to go in the OT. Brandon Bussey coming in relief of Freddie Anderson, has made 9 saves in regulation, especially. And that's what's resulted in that. $17:28 to go in the first OT. One here. And forced back in from center. Around the boards it goes. Played into the middle. It was loose for a moment there for Coughlin. And now in the corner, Hannafin has some trouble. Jankowski played back. Gosper into the middle. Svechnikov leaves it for Robinson. It was there. Svechnikov's shot! Deflected into the corner. Gosper will get there first. Centering pass. In front. Svechnikov's shot was denied. Rebounds loose in front. Played back into Gosper. His long shot blocked. Gosper plays it across. Looking for a shooting lane. Shot blocked on the way through. Mark Stone got held up at the blue line. No penalty. Gosper forced back in by Robinson. Played by Carter Hart. Hannafin around the boards. Cleared down the length of the ice. Will this be an icing? No, it's waved off by the linesman. Unbelievable here in the OT. What a chance. Moved ahead now by Keandre Miller through the middle of the ice. Passes across the wing. Shot over the net. Held in the zone, though. Gloved down by Marner as he'll look to move it ahead. Try to send a man on a break. And Howden. Keandre Miller will move it ahead now off the stick of Stahl. Tying up in the corner with Lazan. Mitch Marner battling there. Taylor Hall. The puck is jammed up in the corner. They continue to whack at the puck there. Still stuck in the pile. Lazan, Hall, Mitch Marner, and Jordan Stahl all tying up in the corner. Carlson trying to get that puck free for the Golden Knights. Still whacking at it. Comes free for Taylor Hall. Around the boards it goes. Howden will get there in the corner. Trying to clear it out. Pressured by Seth Jarvis. Howden continues to have a struggling there along the boards. Mitch Marner. Lazan. Aho try to force the puck back. And Rasmus Andersson will flip it out to center ice. Knocked down by Blake. Glove down there by Lazan. Fired back in by the Golden Knights. Will this be an icing? No, it will not. Played around the boards by Stahl. Ehlers clears it out. Slavin, and now it's fired back in. Around the boards it goes. McNabb leaves it there for Sissons. Cleared out to center. Bouncing puck comes free for Sissons back into the zone. Sissons, the shot blocked in the way through as he can never get the shot away. Slavin into the middle now for Chatfield. Plays it across, fired back in from center into the far corner. Theodore, a bouncing puck, couldn't settle it. Aho, tough angle shot was blocked on the way through. Comes to the other side for Svechnikov. In the corner, Svechnikov looks in the center, one in front. It's loose. McNabb gets hit from behind, and it's covered up by Carter Hart. With 14:50 remaining in the first OT. This pass in front for Svechnikov, the pass from Jankowski. Jankowski, the shot right off the toe of Carter Hart. What a chance in front. Potentially a 2-on-0 down low, but the puck could never settle down for Jankowski. And just took the shot away, and he almost scored the game-winning goal to complete the comeback for the Canes. Off the draw, the tie-up in the dot. One here by the Golden Knights. Rasmus Andersson around the boards, deflected out to center ice. Down the length of the ice it goes for an icing on the Golden Knights. So 14:41 remaining here in the first OT. 4-4 here in Vegas. The shots are 26-25 in favor of the Carolina Hurricanes. And a big reason why we are here in overtime. Brandon Busty with some big saves here in the third period resulted in the Carolina attack getting going and scoring those 4 goals in the third. Off the draw, Rasmus Andersson around the boards it goes for Mitch Marner, trying to clear it out, and he will. Race for the puck now. Played here, Miller. Howden gets there first. Howden looks to center on the backhand, forced off. And carried ahead now. Jarvis clears it out to center ice. Hannafin knocked down. Mitch Marner played it into the middle. Here's William Karlsson back in on side. Karlsson got the pass to Cole Smith in his skates. Stankoven turned it over to Karlsson. Smith in the corner broke his stick. Stankoven crossed the ice for Marnook. Has to settle the pass down. And he has the puck and fires it back in from center. Carter Hart will play it in behind his own net. Left it there for Shea Theodore. 6 minutes of pass here in the OT. Forced back in here by the Golden Knights. Bussey plays it in behind the Keeshan. Gets to the loose puck first. Fires it around the glass. Out to the blue line, not out. Theodore held it in. Dowd tying up there with Nikishin. In behind the net. Around the boards it goes. It will go down the length of the ice. And this one will be icing on the Carolina Hurricanes with 13:43 remaining in the first OT. Game 4 of this series will be on Tuesday, 8 o'clock p.m. Eastern here on MHS Network. Either a 2-1 series lead for the Canes or a 2-1 series lead for the Vegas Golden Knights. 4-4 here in OT. Carolina, from down 4 goals, have miraculously tied the game. Face-off in the Carolina end. Eichel in the face-off dot for the Knights. Stone and Barbashev out there as well. And the defenseman Hannafin and Anderson out there. In the tie-up in the dot, one there by the Hurricanes and cleared out to center ice. Knocked down here. Ehlers trying to carry it back offside with 13:37 to go. Just incredible how the Carolina Hurricanes have miraculously come back here to force us into overtime. And they can complete the comeback. What momentum they will have here. Only one shot in the OT, and it belongs to the Carolina Hurricanes. It was the Jankowski opportunity right in front of Carter Hart. And it was denied. Stahl trying to win the draw against Eichel, and he will. Chatfield fires it back in. Didn't get all of it from center ice. Lazan will get there first. Lazan for the Golden Knights on the backhand. Flips it out to center ice. Knocked down, and no, is going to be an icing here on the Golden Knights with 13:23 to go as Barbashev could not win the race, and the crowd disagrees with that. Here in the first OT, just incredible how this game is going to overtime, but man, what a classic series you're having so far. 6 faceoffs in OT. 5 of them have been won by the Canes. This will be the 7th OT faceoff of the game. And the faceoff will be in the Vegas end. Stahl and Eichel again on the faceoff dot. Eichel wins the draw now instead. Anderson trying to clear, and he will out to center ice. Deflected, so no icing. Played by Bussey out of his own net. Off the boards, Eichel tried to hold it in, could not. Here's Stahl the other way for the Hurricanes. Jordan Stahl on the outside, looks to center. Stahl on the outside still. Played it back. Chatfield's drive was blocked. Held in by Slavin. Long shot blocked on the way through. And Barbashev will carry it ahead the other way. Right to the middle for Eichel. It was deflected away. Jarvis on the backhand dumped it back in from the red line. Played by Carter Hart, left there by Shea Theodore. Shea Theodore tries to stretch it ahead off the boards here. Eichel trying to make the pass for Hurdle. Could not connect. Back in onside is Aho. Into the zone. Aho forced off there along the wall. Played it back here to the point. Miller feeds to the man. Here is a long shot off the glove. Rebound loose in front in the crease. It is denied by Carter Hart. Cleared out to center. Knocked down and going for the puck now is Rasmus Anderson. Playing it across for Theodore. Off the boards out to center ice. Carolina trying to clear it out. Dorofeev bouncing puck to the middle. Here's Jordan Marnock with some speed. Shot towards the net. He fell down. In behind the net now Stankoven. Plays it around Hurdle. Bouncing puck into the circle. Anderson. Hurdle. Tied up along the wall with Stankoven. Bounced free to the blue line. Dorofeev clears it out. Fired back in by Slavin from the blue line. More than 8 minutes have passed here in overtime. Hurdle trying to clear it out. And it's Theodore clearing it out to center ice. Sissons trying to get to the loose puck, could not. Chatfield will play it ahead. Deflected. Ehlers trying to force it back. Onside Marnock. Didn't realize. Slavin across for Stanko and fired back in from the blue line. Ehlers shot and a save made. Carter Hart made a misplay from behind the net. Now it's Robinson looking in the corner. Plays it around the boards. Theodore gets there first before Ehlers did. Gostisbehere clears to the line, not out of the zone. What a keep by the Hurricanes. Theodore will flip it out to center ice. Trying to get there was Cole Smith. He was getting hooked from behind, no penalty. Cole Smith fires it back into the corner. Played by Gostisbehere for the Hurricanes. More than 9 has passed by here in the first overtime. Svechnikov with some speed entering the zone. Dropped it out. Robinson shot to the far corner. Comes for Jankowski along the half wall. Fed it in deep. McNabb tying up there with Svechnikov. And cleared to the line and out by Kolasar as he deflects it out. Almost a misplay there and almost led to a turnover to Kolasar. Deflected into the bench with 10:45 to go. We get a whistle. Man, oh man. Sean Walker from the blue line. The long shot off the glove as it went off the knee of Shea Theodore. As it changed directions towards Carter Hart. 4-4 here in the first OT. I'm Max Galachkin, with us here on our coverage of the NHL and MHS Stanley Cup Final. Face-off at center ice here in OT. William Karlsson and Stahl. Karlsson wins the draw, comes free for Marner. Stolen away here over a moment by Taylor Hall, and Marner will dump it back in on the backhand. Going for the puck now is Miller. Around the boards it goes. Karlsson trying to get there. Stahl tied up there. Centering pass could not connect there for Marner in front of the net. And it's cleared out to center ice. Knocked down here. Back into the zone is Jarvis. Jarvis trying to make a move, and he gets denied there by Coughlin. Jarvis plays that back into the point. Miller feeds that back across for the one-timer position. Stahl shot, save, rebound was loose in front. Karlsson will move it ahead now for the Golden Knights on the outside. Forced it back in on the blue line, dumping. Bussey plays it around the boards. And to the blue line, it's held in. Hannafin down low it goes. Karlsson across Lazon. Lazon shot! Save made! Rebound! And it goes to the top of the crease and wide! Icing on Carolina. Unbelievable. Vegas had the game right there, and it went to the top of the crease and wide. Unbelievable. What a chance for the Golden Knights. It was Taylor Hall's shot, pardon me, and not Stahl on the previous one. The deflection there by Marner. The rebound by Marner denied, and then the rebound to the 5-hole and wide on Bussey. Wow. So we get a clean to the ice here with 9:49 to go in the OT. An incredible game. A classic already in this Stanley Cup playoff year. And man, oh man, this has been a great game to commentate. But I feel like with this just going longer than the last game, Jairus the overtime winner in game 2. Imagine with all this stuff to come back, all these moments that happen, imagine this game goes to a long overtime. Imagine. 9:49 to go in the OT. Jackson, Blake, Ehlers, Hall, Jarvis, Marnick, and Svechnikov with the playoff overtime goals this postseason. Dorofeev, Howden, and Theodore with the overtime goals this postseason. Vegas is 3-1. Their last loss was in Game 2 of this final. Carolina is a perfect 6-0 in overtime. Trying to go for 7-0 and try to take a 2-1 series lead in the Stanley Cup Final. 4-4 here in OT with 9:49 to go. And they're still cleaning the ice up here. 4-4. Shots are even at 28 here in the game. Shots are even at 3 here in the OT. With 9:49 to go. We continue on here in Vegas. What an incredible game and what a classic that's being developed right here. Game 3 winner wins Stanley Cup 77% of the time in the best of 7 when the series is tied at 1. So a crucial game for both of these teams. Eichel's back on the ice here for the Golden Knights as he'll take the face-off here. Trying to win the draw. As a huge face-off in the Canes' end here. Big face-off here. Eichel wins the draw, comes back for Theodore's long shot wide into the corner. Blake trying to clear it out. He wheeled down the length of the ice. This one will be an icing with 9:39 remaining in the first OT. Welcome you back in, everybody, for just joining us. It's Max, and it's NHL and MHS Stanley Cup Final. Face-off inside the Carolina end again as they iced it. They win the draw this time in the corner, and Miller will play it ahead now. Out to center, Ehlers chipped at it, played by Theodore. Theodore crossed the ice for Stone, try to move it ahead. Sebastian Aho with 2 assists in the game, some crucial ones here to come back from 4-0 down. Stone has the puck now for the Golden Knights. Fires it back in from center. Around the boards it goes. Walker will get there first in the corner. Plays it off the glass and out to center ice it goes. Rasmus Andersson playing it back for Theodore. Into the middle now, deflected. Off of the stick of Barbashev. No icing. Walker plays it out the back boards here for Miller. And played it ahead for Jairus through the middle of the ice. That's Jairus stolen away by Brett Howden. On the forecheck, Seth Jarvis trying to get the puck back here. Walker up in the air, knocked down Seth Jarvis. Moved ahead now by the Golden Knights. Mitch Martin is wide open, and the pass is prevented there by Stahl. Deflected it away. William Karlsson playing here, and it's given away to Svechnikov and cleared out the center ice. Huge hit along the bench with 8.5 to go in the first OT. Rasmus Andersson now will carry it ahead. On the outside, almost forced out by Miller. Andersson centering pass. Coughlin found it. Backhander save by Bussey. Coughlin denied on a backhand opportunity with 8:21 to go in the first OT. Dylan Coughlin trying to go for the game-winning goal, as he had the series-winning goal against the Colorado Avalanche in the Western Conference Final in that sweep. Trying to go for the game winner here in OT. Right in the slot. He fanned on it, and then he got a backhand away that ramped off a body in front. 4-4 with 8:21 to go. Sissons in the face-off dot for the Golden Knights. Big face-off here. Sissons try to win the draw, and the Canes clear it out to center ice. Marnick trying to settle the pass down. Hannafin cleared it ahead. Sissons forced it back in. Chatfield has the puck now. Gets forced back there by Hurdle. Hurdle still pressuring him off the puck, almost slaving around the boards, and deflected out by Ehlers out to center ice. Noah Hannafin off the boards, deflected by Hurdle into the bench and out of play with 7:58 to go. We'll get another whistle here in the first OT. Dylan Coughlin with a chance right in the slot. The backhand opportunity denied by Brandon Bussey. Looking you back in, everybody. Share the stream around overtime here. We don't know how long we're going to be here, but we're going to cover all of it here in the Stanley Cup Final. Game 3. Series tied at 1. Whoever wins this game will take a 2-1 series lead in the Stanley Cup Final. Dowd and Jankowski in the faceoff. Dowd at center. Dowd wins the draw pretty easily there, and Theodore will play it across for McNabb. Off the boards, deflected ahead. Forced back in here by Dowd. Miller trying to get there first against Kolasar. Dowd in behind the net. Dowd looking in the corner. Jankowski pressuring him from behind. Dowd looking. Plays that back. Long shot by Theodore. Deflected wide. Off the backboards. It bounced back here to the blue line, and Robinson clears it out for Miller. McNabb with 7.5 to go in the first OT. Theodore back in onside is Kolasar. Got it to Dowd. Dowd looking. Centering pass denied. And cleared out by the Canes out to center ice. Shea Theodore has the puck now for the Golden Knights and clears it out to center ice. Aho deflected it back in. Shea Theodore moves it ahead. Got the pass ahead for Barbashev. Forced off there by Walker. The puck comes free for Miller. With 7 minutes to go in the first OT of Game 3 of the Stanley Cup Final. Off the boards, out to center. Forced back in by Sebastian Aho from center ice. And Lazan reversed it around. Anderson lost it. Aho around the boards it goes. Blake trying to get there. Bouncing puck comes free. Eichel off his skate. Chatfield trying to knock it down. Comes free with Lazan in behind his own net. Lazan almost got pressured out the puck by Taylor Hall. And fired back in by Jeremy Lazan. 6.5 to go. Slavin across it goes for Chatfield. Trying to clear it out. Bounces to the middle. Stahl. Back into the zone. Stahl forced off into the corner by Eichel. But forced it in deep into the corner. Coughlin turned over to Marnook in behind the net. Stahl trying to battle for it. Comes free for Svechnikov. Around the boards it goes. Nikishin trying to hold it in. He fanned on it. He'll get it at center ice. Nikishin in his own zone reverses back. 6 minutes to go in the first OT. Turned over at the blue line. Here they come back in onside. Brett Howden. Howden looking from the half wall. Plays that back to the line. Off the boards here for Mitch Marner. In the corner. Plays it around the boards. Chipped it ahead to the corner. Marner trying to get it free. Tied up there by Gossespear. Marner trying to get it free. Gossespear bouncing puck. Comes free for Marner. Play back for Theodore. His shot denied by Bussey. Marner gets it again. Lost it. Stanko and cleared out of the zone with 5.5 to go in the first OT. Fired back in there to the far corner. Nikishin gets there first off the glass. Carlson could not hold it in along the half wall. Here comes Logan Stankoven the other way with Jarvis. Stankoven drop pass. And the pass deflected. Ehlers held at the line by Miller. Down low it goes. Jarvis looking from the half wall. Trying to set up. Shot! And a save. Deflects out of play into the netting with 5:15 to go in the first overtime. 4-4 here in Vegas. Truly a spectacular game that continues on here. Seemed like they put tape on one of the skates of one of the Carolina Hurricanes. I believe that was Keandre Miller, who was having problems earlier on in the game. 4-4. Shots are 30-29 in favor of the Vegas Golden Knights total in the game. Almost at 60 shots combined. 5:15 remaining in the first overtime. Jankowski tried to win the draw. Anderson gets it free from the back wall. Walker tying him up from the boards. Dorofiev. Robinson shot denied by Hart. It came free in the crease and it's cleared out. Down the length of the ice for an icing on the Vegas Golden Knights with 5:01 remaining in the first overtime. What a game we've had here in Vegas in Game 4. Hopefully, will be as entertaining like this on Tuesday, 8 o'clock p.m. Eastern. We'll have coverage of that. Then Game 5 on Thursday, back in Carolina. We'll welcome everybody here off the face-off. Here's Walker from the half wall. Plays it in deep. Tried to at least. Sissons blocked away. Comes back to the blue line. Robinson holds it in. Got it to Jarvis in the corner. Jarvis trying to throw one towards the net. It got blocked away by Rasmus Anderson. Jarvis trying to leave it there for Robinson. Left it in behind the net. Now Jankowski. Anderson pressured him off the puck. And Hurdle will play it into the middle. Lazan will carry it ahead for the Golden Knights with 4.5 to go in the OT. Hurdle back in. Hurdle looking. Tomas Hurdle forced off the puck there. Jarvis ahead now for Aho. Trying to split through. Sebastian Aho on the far wing. Wraps it around the boards. McNabb trying to move it ahead, and Hurdle will clear it out to center ice. Regathered there by Chatfield. Chatfield forced off the door, open up in the Vegas bench, and it forced Chatfield into the bench, and 4:17 to go. I don't think the door was secured there on the play. And he's going down to the bench with a little bit of a hurt right there. Stone throw a hit, and Chatfield, the door opened, and with the hit, Kolasar was just trying to keep it closed, I think. Unless Kolasar deliberately opened it, and Chatfield with a lower body back probably right there. That probably hurts because he went down pretty awkwardly. Face-off win. Slavin off the boards, deflected it ahead. And back in on side. Shea Theodore almost gave it away, and Stone will move it ahead now. Stone crossed the ice for Eichel out of the reach. Bounced ahead now, fired back in from center. Round the boards it goes. Svechnikov trying to get there with less than 4 minutes to go in the first overtime. McNabb, Theodore, round the boards it goes. Stone pressured. Marna cleared out to center off the glove of Barbashev. Played back to Slavin. Slavin has the puck now, and he'll try to fire it back in. Marnock deflected it back in, no icing. Carter Hart will play with 3:40 to go in the OT. Cleared out to center ice, deflected it ahead. No, this one's going to be an icing here on Vegas with 3:37 to go in the first overtime. Shots are even at 30 in the game. Walker's been out there for more than 30 minutes. Miller, almost 30 minutes as well. Time on ice leaders for the Canes. With 3:37 to go in the first OT, and this continues on in overtime. Theodore's been out there for almost 34 minutes. A second off. McNabb just 5 seconds away from being 31 minutes on the ice. As continues on, those time on ice leaders will continue to ramp up here. Eichel and Stankoven in the face-off dot. Stankoven wins the draw clean. Played back to the line. Across for Gostisbehere. His long shot deflected wide by Jarvis. Held on the line by Nikishin. Around the boards it goes. Tried to at least Jarvis force it in deeper for Stankoven in the corner. Leaves it. Hall could have received the pass and cleared out. Jarvis across. Gostisbehere forced it back in. Kolasar does not have his stick. Theodore got hit in the corner. Ehlers battling there in the corner, trying to get the puck free. Bounce towards the middle. Gostisbehere from the blue line. Holds it in. Got it to Ehlers. Around the boards it goes to Stankoven in the corner. Tied up along the wall by Theodore with less than 3 minutes to go in the first overtime. Gostisbehere trying to get it free along the boards of Eichel. Stankoven bounced free and cleared out of the zone by the Golden Knights. This one will be on goal. Busty will play it. No icing. We continue on in the first overtime. Deflected it ahead. Onside shot. Jankowski was denied. And it was actually offside with 2:43 to go. And Kolasar was arguing why there was not a penalty here, I believe. Because he dropped his stick or something. Or look at this chance by Jarvis. Just over the net. So close. And let's see here. Oh. I mean, he was tied up from behind. I mean, Vegas is arguing that he couldn't get his stick because he moved it, but he was getting tied up from behind one of the Carolina Hurricanes players. Off the faceoff, shot back in, tried to at least Slavin, and he will. Fires it around the boards. Hannafin clears it out to center ice. Here comes Kolasar the other way. Kolasar on the outside will rim it all the way around. In behind, Cole Smith tied up from behind. Slavin, Blake around the boards. Jankowski out to center. Intercepted by Kolasar, turned over here, back in onside, Eric Robinson on the backhand, shot to the top of the crease and wide. Aho tying up in the corner with 2:10 to go in the first overtime. Cleared out to center ice, Walker will knock it down. Walker carries it ahead, fired back in from center. Around the boards it goes, Taylor Hall will get there first. Around the boards it goes once again, Kolasar, Marnock let it go to the point. Miller now will hold it in. Miller plays that back. Walker down low for Aho. Back for Miller once again. Miller looking. Plays it across. Walker drops it off. Long shot by Hall went wide. Held in by Walker. Around the boards it goes. Marnock in behind the net. Taylor Hall will get in the corner. Taylor Hall down low for Marnock in behind the net. Marnock leaves it there for Miller's shot. That did not go as it goes into the corner. Fired around the boards, down the length of the ice. This will be another icing on the Golden Knights with 1:21 to go in the first overtime. Vegas shift time right now. Most of the players close to 1:30 on being on the ice, and they need to get this face-off win, the Golden Knights. So they can get a change. It's Cole Smith, Rasmus Anderson, Noah Hannafin, Nick Dowd, and Keegan Colasar out there. They have been out there for more than 1:20. 31-30, the shots favoring the Golden Knights. They need a face-off win here. The face-off wins have been in favor of the Hurricanes here in the OT, 13-4. 1:21 to go on the first overtime. And a false start on the face-off dot with Stahl and Nick Dowd. Still a delay on the draw here. Stahl, bouncing puck, Nick Dowd trying to clear it out. Stahl trying to hold it in. It's cleared out to center. Race for the puck now. Colasar trying to get there to beat the icing. He'll get there in the corner. Colasar at the end of his shift right now and still having the speed to get to the loose puck to prevent the icing. Svechnikov into the middle for Jarvis. Chipped it back in with less than a minute to go in the first overtime. Theodore tied up in the corner with Jarvis. Tying up along the wall in the final minute of the first overtime. Hannafin came free. Mitch Marner cleared it ahead. Chatfield chipped it back. Fired back in by Taylor Hall. Played by Hart with 45 seconds to go in the first overtime. Off the board, stretched ahead, back in onside Marner. Got the pass to William Karlsson! Save, rebound to the top of the crease and wide! Jackson Blake carries it ahead now for Miller. Stankoven fires it back in from the blue line. Around the boards it goes. Carter Hart off the glass. Stankoven trying to intercept along the wall. William Karlsson off the boards. Ahead now Barbashev. Hit there at the blue line with 22 to go. Tied up in the corner was Miller. Karlsson battling for the puck. It comes free for the Canes. And carried ahead now by Ehlers. Ehlers into the middle. Blake back for Ehlers. Ehlers with a cutter towards the net. Blocked away by Hurdle. 8 seconds to go in the period. Tovigo shot save. Blake comes in front. Blake trying to settle it down. Dropped it off for Gostisbehere. Across it goes. Long shot couldn't go. And we go to the second overtime. We go to double overtime in Game 3 of the Stanley Cup Final. As the Golden Knights, Barbashev has some trouble on the bench right now. I believe he's feel a little bit injured maybe. And we go to double overtime in Game 3 of the Stanley Cup Final. What a chance for William Karlsson to end this game in the final seconds, and a big save by Brandon Bussey. We'll be back in just a moment. Our intermission report coming up next. 4-4. Double overtime is ahead now in Game 3 of the Stanley Cup Final. We'll be back in just a moment. Don't go anywhere in Game 3 of the Stanley Cup Final. Double overtime on the horizon. Well, if you thought one overtime wasn't enough, we got 2 overtimes on the horizon here as Game 3 of the Stanley Cup Final will go to a double overtime session. We are still tied at 4. We welcome you back in, everybody, as overtime, double overtime on the horizon here in Game 3 of the Stanley Cup Final. And I think Carolina looked like the better team in that first overtime, because they really were bringing the energy, and some chances in Vegas had some chances now, but unfortunately I cannot show the game. I'm sorry, everybody. I know it's a classic, but we can't because copyright. So I'm sorry about that, everybody. But this will just be like a radio type of broadcast. 345 votes in our poll, and right now it reads the Hurricanes 54%, and the Knights with 46% right now with 345 votes. And I don't even know how much is watching right now on the stream, and I was going to check that right now. Actually, we are at around 197. We were peaked at 286. Glad you can be with us here on our coverage of the Stanley Cup Final here, and we continue on in this double overtime. And the more and more we go deep into this game, it just is going to tire out these players. Some of these players have been out there for more than 30 minutes on the time on ice. And, man, oh man, this has been a long one here in Game 3 of the Stanley Cup Final. Double overtime on the horizon in just a moment here at T-Mobile Arena. And if we continue on, the marathon, I guess. Carolina in 2002, they had a Game 3 at home. And they had a Game 3 at home. And it was against the Detroit Red Wings in that Stanley Cup Final, where they lost in the third overtime by Igor Larionov. He was the oldest player to score an overtime goal. Igor Larionov was like 41 years old. But that Game 3 went to triple overtime, and we have the possibility of seeing it here tonight as well. Here in Vegas, triple overtime potentially. We'll see. Double overtime on the horizon, though, and we haven't commentated a double overtime game in more than 2 years here on the Stanley Cup on NHL and MHS. It was back in Game 1, the Western Conference Final, the Oilers and the Stars, the first one. And that was McDavid getting the overtime goal pretty quickly in the double overtime. So we could potentially beat our record in longest games streamed here on the network. And we're already at 4 hours and 15 minutes here. Let's say we push it to another hour or two, because this has just been a great game so far. What are your thoughts of the game so far before we go to a break real quick? To go over the goal scores again, if you've just joined in, everybody. I know this game is taking the craze right now, and let's see the goals once again here. I know everyone's curious about that. These are the 4 goals by the Golden Knights in the second period, and this was Tomas Hertl on the power play. And they have Eichel in back of the front of the net, and centering pass for Hertl goes in 1-0. Mitch Marner 16 seconds later to be exact. 2 of the fastest goals ever in Golden Knights franchise history, as Marner gets a lucky bounce off the stick of Walker. Both of these teams have played multiple double overtime games in these playoffs. Game 5, Brett Howden 5-4 against the Mammoth in the opening round. Game 5, the Ottawa-Carolina double overtime Game 1. Just showing out the goals on explaining all the other stuff. So we've seen multiple of these teams go to double overtime. And in this Stanley Cup playoff year, Mitch Marner, the hat trick, the natural hat trick. And it's 4-0 there. And this is with the comeback here for the Canes. Marnick getting this in deep. And it was a great play by Jarrett from behind the net. Marnick, who looks like the fresher team. I think from the freshest team right now looks like the Carolina Hurricanes, because they were bringing the energy. And for the Golden Knights, they didn't really have much. They were just staying back and, playing it out to center. And, it was just not a good period of overtime for the Golden Knights. This is a face-off win by Stahl. He deflects this shot from the boards. But like I was saying, I think Carolina looked like the fresher team. They got beat in the face-off dot a lot, and that's going to cost them if they can't win face-offs, because everything in overtime is 100 times more important than it is in regular season or in regulation. And this is a tying goal by Svechnikov. Dane at the puck. No goaltender interference. 4-4 at 18-18. That was the last goal of the game. And we'll guarantee you this. It will be a 5-4 finish. We won't know who. Double overtime on the horizon here in Game 3 of the Stanley Cup Final. 4-4. The Canes and the Knights will be back when we return. Double overtime ahead here on the NHL on MHS. Don't go anywhere. It is Game 3 of the final. Going to double overtime. Back here to Vegas. Game 3 of the Stanley Cup Final. Fourth double overtime game of this postseason. Hurricanes are 1-0 in the double overtime, and the Golden Knights are 1-0 in the double overtime as well. The Hurricanes won in double overtime against the Ottawa Senators in Game 2 of their series back in the opening round, and the Golden Knights won Game 5 in double overtime against the Utah Mammoth. They had a game that was close to going to double overtime in that series before that. I believe it was Game 4 of that series. They won in the last minute of the OT. And so we continue on here in game number 3 of the Stanley Cup Final. Double overtime just on the horizon. Big, big game at hand. And these players are going to get a lot of rest with the extra days off. Because Game 4 will be on Tuesday. Been a Game 3 recap right here. Fastest hat trick in Stanley Cup Final history. Marner. Carolina with 3 goals in 39 seconds in the third period. And 3 fastest goals scored by one team in Stanley Cup Final history. Svechnikov, the tying goal, 1:42 left in that third period. And Vegas led 4-0 heading into the third. 4-4. We're in double overtime now after we've already gone through one overtime session. And the game continues on here in Game 3 of the Stanley Cup Final, a true classic here in Vegas. Just moments away from starting here. Poll 54%, Hurricanes 46%, the Knights. And this crowd still here. The ones that are still left is mostly a full crowd here. Double overtime, everyone heading back to their seats. We're underway in double overtime of Game 3 of the Stanley Cup Final. Chatfield will fire it back in on Hart, and a save made. It goes into the corner. Bouncing puck comes free here towards the net. A shot, and Hart will make a save with 19:49 remaining in the double overtime. 4-4 here, and if you're just joining us, it's been a spectacular game and a true classic when this one ends. No penalties in the first overtime. Stanley Cup Final Series tied at 1-1. Game 3 winner wins Stanley Cup 77% of the time in the best of 7. Face-off inside the Vegas end here. Stahl and Nick Dowd in the face-off dot. Stahl trying to win the draw here for the Canes. A little bit of a confusion there. And Stahl will try to win it now. Dowd instead wins it. Anderson around the boards here for Jeremy Lauzon. Deflected out to center ice. This one's going to be an icing anyways on the Golden Knights. 19 seconds in. To the double overtime. And we're glad you've joined us here. And I think we're close to beating our record of longest game here on the NHL and MHS. I know it was around early parts of the double overtime session back in Dallas where it was McDavid scoring the game-winning goal 2 years ago. Another face-off here in the Vegas end. Another tie-up won by Stahl. Comes free for Jarvis. Bounced out to center ice off the poke check by Cole Smith. Tying up with Slavin. Fired back from center. Played by Bussey. And Gostisbehere has the puck now for the Hurricanes. Flipped out to center ice now. Jarvis waiting for the puck. A bouncing puck comes back in onside as Svechnikov has some trouble. Held in the line. Bounced up in the air. It goes into the corner. Comes free for McNabb. Around the boards it goes for Theodore. Given away. Shot! Wide of the net. Theodore now has the loose puck. And he'll clear it out to center. Race for the puck now. Played by Bussey. And cleared out of the zone by Slavin. Aho trying to get to the loose puck away. The body positioning there by Theodore. Got the puck away from him. Marner will leave it ahead. Brett Howden cutting in. Brett Howden, a nice move, and he gets poke checked away by Miller. Played back, long shot, blocked on the way through. And it's cleared out by Jackson Blake out to center ice. William Karlsson plays that back here. Coughlin across now for Hannafin. Flipped it ahead, and Marner will leave it for Karlsson, cutting back in. To the corner he goes. Centering pass was loose in front and cleared out. Here is Marner trying to move it ahead. And left it there for Ehlers. Vegas fans wanted a penalty. They won't get it. So do the players. And it's not held in by Ehlers. Marner has the loose puck now for the Golden Knights trying to cut through. Marner's barely onside. Trying to flip a pass in front for Karlsson. Karlsson waits. Dropped it off. And the pass for Anderson could not connect. Played by Hart. Carried ahead now by Lauzon. Fired back in from center. Around the boards it goes. Played in the corner now and flipped out to center ice. Bouncing puck comes free here for Theodore, and he'll clear it out. Barbashev moved it ahead. Slavin tried to fire it back in. Jankowski. Svechnikov crossed the ice, couldn't connect for Robinson. Stone the drop pass now for Eichel. Backhands that one, bouncing puck into the glove of Bussey. And now this has been the longest game we've ever broadcasted here on the NHL and MHS. And what a pleasure to do this game. Now this on the main channel, this has been the longest game. Out in the opportunity, trying to cut through, and Miller kind of hooking him from behind, and he was frustrated that he couldn't make the move completely there to get the game-winning goal. He has been real good in this postseason. Leads the NHL in goals, 13 goals. He only had 12 in the regular season. Stahl and Eichel in the face-off dot here in the offensive zone of the Canes. Off the tie-up, won by Stahl. Comes free for Stone in the corner. Stone lost it. Jarvis flips it out to center ice. Bouncing puck. This one will be no icing. Theodore will get there first. Theodore circles back with pressure with Taylor Hall pressuring him. McNabb flipped out the center by Marner. Stahl trying to get there, tied up with Eichel. And Stone couldn't get to the loose puck. No penalty so far in this OT session. Jarvis carries it back in, dropped it off for Taylor Hall. Around the boards it goes. And Theodore will clear to the blue line, not out. Held in by Walker. Across it goes. Long shot by Keandre Miller was blocked on the way through. Jarvis around the boards. Marner. Taylor Hall pressuring him from behind. Around the boards it comes here for Dorofeev, who clears it out to center ice. Miller trying to get there, and he chipped it ahead to the center line, and it's played back here for Miller in his own zone. Walker fires it back in. Played by Hart. Hart will leave it there for Hannafin. And he'll look to carry it ahead right to the middle. Backhanded back in by Sissons. To the corner it goes, tying up as Walker and Dorofeev, covered up by Bussy, with 16:34 remaining in the double overtime. We continue on here in Vegas. 3:26 into the double overtime. Yes, what a pleasure to be doing this game. What a classic series we've already had here. Stankoven to take the face-off. Vegas fans standing on their feet here with an offensive zone face-off. Eichel and Stankoven in the draw. Eichel wins another face-off. Eichel will get it along the boards. Into the corner, forced off by Stankoven. Eichel still has the puck on the backhand, not of the forehand. Eichel throws it towards the net. To the top of the crease. Theodore holds it in. Down low, Stone. In behind the net now, Marner. Marner center for Eichel. Backhand, Stone. Couldn't go. And Bussy will cover it. .345 into double overtime. As we continue to chug along here in Game 3 of the Stanley Cup Final. What a centering feed here. Stone. Oh, right off the pad of Bussy. With Eichel as a sliding screen in front of the net. Stone didn't get much of the backhand away anyways. Another face-off on the offensive end. Jankowski won that too cleanly, so he's going to get kicked out of the face-off dot, I believe. Shots are even at 33. Shots in the first overtime were pretty lopsided in favor of the Hurricanes. Eichel trying to win another draw, could not. He's 1-13 in the game. Marner trying to knock it down. Race for the puck now. Robinson trying to get there against Hannafin. Coughlin trying to clear it out to the zone, and he will. Jankowski trying to fire it back in. Marner has a loose puck now. Mitch Marner, already 3 goals in the game. Fired it back into the corner. He'll get to the loose puck now. Marner to the puck first. Tied up in the corner with Miller. Eichel gets it free. Eichel looking. Lost the puck along the wall, and Robinson forced it out. Hannafin crossed the ice. More than 4 has passed here in the double overtime session. Mark Stone lost it at center, carried ahead now, and is poke checked, forced back in. Stahl. Gotta get back on side. Lazan fires it back in from center. Around the glass it rides. Dowd, Kolasar, around the boards, Ehlers. Ehlers at his own blue line will flip it ahead as Jarvis will get the pass now. Chatfield will get it in the corner, tied up with Rasmus Anderson. Chatfield comes free for Dowd. Dowd will move it ahead. Cole Smith off the boards. Out to center. Chipped back in by Kolasar at his own blue line. Kolasar tried to force it in deeper. He did. Dowd lost the puck in behind the net. More than 5 minutes have passed through in the double overtime. And this one will be an icing here on the Hurricanes. Double overtime here in Game 3 of the Stanley Cup Final. And we continue on 5:04 into double overtime. And this game has been incredible. Keandre Miller with 32 minutes and 10 seconds of ice time here. That's going to ramp up more if this game continues to chug along here. If no one gets a game winner here. Carlson wins the draw. Marner's shot off the draw was blocked. Blake trying to go on a break. He was tied up from behind. Gostisbehere trying to clear, could not. Forced into the corner. Gostisbehere tied up with Carlson. They fight for it still. Chipped the pass by Aho. Blake clears it out to center ice. Theodore will get to the loose puck in his own zone. And he'll move it ahead to the middle. Brett Howden cutting back in. Carlson looking. Around the boards it goes. Brett Howden. Howden left it there for Marner. Brett Howden trying to get it loose. He does. Howden plays that back to the line. McNabb across. One-timer wide. Rebound scores! The Vegas Golden Knights win it in double overtime and take a 2-1 series lead. Shea Theodore, the game-winning goal in double overtime. I think this went off a stick of one of the Carolina players. It was Theodore's long shot from the blue line. And the Vegas Golden Knights, suffering almost a scare here in Game 3, win it in double overtime. Theodore's long shot off the boards. It went off of Marnook and banked off the back of Bussey. What a bounce. And Shea Theodore is the Game 3 double overtime winner. It was going to be one of those dirty goals that was going to win this game. Nice play. It was going to be one of those. And that one off the backboards, off the pad of Bussey and in. Shea Theodore from the blue line fired a shot well wide, banked it off the backboards and in. And the Vegas Golden Knights, 5:38 into double overtime, have won Game 3 and take a 2-1 series lead in the Stanley Cup Final as a shot from the blue line deflected off the backboards and in. And for the Hurricanes, heartbreak for them. Wow, what a classic here in Vegas. Game 4 on Tuesday, 8 o'clock p.m. Eastern. What a game this was. And what a Stanley Cup Final this has been. 6 goals to play out for Shea Theodore. Almost 40 minutes of time on ice, a career high. And he gets the game-winning goal. So, that will do it for us here on the NHL on MHS. Game 4 of the Stanley Cup Final will be on Tuesday. We'll return for that. 2-1. The series lead to the Vegas Golden Knights. Shea Theodore, the game-winning goal in the double overtime session. I'm Max. Thank you so much for watching here on the NHL on MHS. We'll see you Tuesday for Game 4 of the Stanley Cup Final. We'll see you then. Good night, everybody.